I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Education to order. I'd like to have a roll call for all that's present. Todd Ferrante present, William Buchanan.
Present.
Katie Addis.
Present.
John Andes.
Present.
William Gordy.
Present.
Elena McComas.
Present.
And Donald Smack. Okay. We do have a quorum, and I'm going to ask for the approval of the agenda of the Board of Education meeting for today's open meeting. Can I have a motion to produce?
John Andes, so moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes, a second.
Second, Bill Buchanan.
Second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Great. Now I need a motion to enter into closed session for the following reasons. To approve closed session minutes from the previous month. Section 3-305B to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Section 3-305B-9 to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to negotiations. Can I have a motion to enter into closed session? And a second by Mr. Gordy, or second, excuse me, by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session. Board of Education open session. I want to know that we still have a quorum. A closed session meeting was held today pursuant to provisions Article 3-305 of the Annotated Code of Maryland to discuss personnel matters, approve closed session minutes, and to discuss matters related to negotiations. We have Pastor Josh Fields here from Lynn Baptist Church in Pocomoke, and he will lead us in the invocation today. Pastor Fields, welcome. And please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you that we're able to gather here today to discuss the business of education. But Lord, we thank you most of all for the teachers and for all of the administrators who are putting their time and their talents and their gifts and pouring into these young kids. Lord, we do pray that you will continue to keep the kids safe, that you will encourage a spirit of love and unity for one another. But Lord, most of all, that you will help the teachers train the children in the way that they should go, so that when they are old, they will not depart from it. Lord, I pray that you'll be with this meeting as well, that you will give wisdom and discernment, calm minds and clear consciences, and just a sense of unity in the community to help raise these kids up as they are educated by each and every one of the teachers. And I pray that in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Fields, thank you for that beautiful prayer. We appreciate you being with us today. Thank you. Okay. Can we have a motion to approve the, I do want to make an open session board amendment to our open session. We will be discussing a request from the county commissioners today. So I want to make that amendment on our board docket. And I need a motion to approve the open session board minutes from March 21st, 2023 in a second.
So moved, Bill Buchanan.
I have a motion by Mr. Buchanan and a second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. And now I'm going to turn it over to our superintendent, Mr. Taylor, for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Let me begin by saying this month I want to touch on just a few recognitions we have coming up. In late April and early May, we're gearing up to recognize three remarkable groups of people. First, we will celebrate our administrative assistants on National Administrative Professionals Day, Wednesday, April 26th, and School Nurse Day is Wednesday, May the 10th. These often unsung heroes of our schools and offices are really where the rubber hits the road, so to speak. They are the friendly faces that greet our students, staff, and visitors each and every day, setting the tone for each school and office that they occupy. They wear many hats, they are the ultimate multitaskers, and they keep our school system running as smoothly and successfully as it does. Our school nurses take it a step farther, as they ensure our students remain healthy, and that's a big word, healthy, and happy throughout their learning process. They are invaluable resources, and we are so blessed to have them. And our last group I just as excited to celebrate. The first full week of May, as we will honor in just a few minutes, is Teacher Appreciation Week. Following last month's board meeting, we held our first full-blown Teacher of the Year celebration. We were excited to be back in Ocean City to celebrate not only the teacher candidates vying for the title, but all teachers and the teaching profession. Through the words of the finalists that spoke that evening, my love for teaching was reignited, as it is whenever I step into our classrooms and see new and innovative teaching techniques that are occurring. That night, we honored 14 amazing candidates from each of our schools who represent the best in education today. In speaking with the candidates and others in attendance that night, I sit before you today confident in the abilities of our teachers here in Worcester to engage and inspire our young people to achieve their dreams. No one encapsulated that spirit quite like our newly minted 2023 Teacher of the Year, Stephen Decatur Middle School's Jamie Ridgely. Her words, her poise, and the absolutely joy she expressed for the incredible work she does to inspire our young people to embrace literacy are clear reminders of why she was chosen to represent Worcester County Public Schools in the state level program. Lastly, this morning, just a few minutes ago, I joined our county commissioners along with our board at their meeting to proudly present our FY 2024 budget request. As a reminder to those in our audience and watching our live stream, Worcester County is in a unique funding situation. While our school system has a significant poverty rate, Worcester County is the wealthiest county in Maryland because of the economic driver, which is Ocean City. This means that while many school systems across our state rely on state funding as their primary funding source, Worcester must rely on our county government to fund approximately 80% of our operating budget each year. The commissioners will continue to work on their budget, including our funding requests, through the next month or so. If anyone is interested in learning more about the budget, the next meeting on the budget will be the county's public budget hearing held in the county office, which will be the evening of Tuesday, May the 2nd. And now I'll turn it back over to you, President Ferrante.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I'd like to welcome our 2022-2023 student representatives who are joining us today to provide their monthly updates from their high schools. And I believe this month we're starting with McKenna from Pocomoke High School. McKenna, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Pocomoke High School's performing and visual arts departments have so much to celebrate. Not only was Pocomoke High School one of the only schools on the Eastern Shore to have all state corps students selected to perform, but we had 7 students selected for all shore corps: McKenna Selby, Carlea DeShield, Treston Melvin, Kyla Galliard, Ethan Power, Emily Scorbach, and April DeShield. In all-shore band, Dylan Cutchy, Aiden Clayton, and Fiona Gu were selected and recently performed. In our visual and graphic art department, Alexia Shepard took 2nd place in the Ocean City Art League show. Alexia, Jacob Payne, and Ella Miller all placed in the Worcester County Drug and Alcohol Poster Contest. Celebrations also include a first-place trophy at the Salisbury University Coding Competition by Chris Villarreal, a member of our Student Innovation Team. McKenna Selby and Reggie Smith have been named the Scholar Athletes for the class of 2023 as 3 seasoned athletes and celebrated scholars. Mrs. Bradley, our Pocomoke Teacher of the Year, was one of 4 finalists for the Worcester County Teacher of the Year. Congratulations to Mrs. Ridgely of SDMS for being selected to represent Worcester as our Teacher of the Year. For National Public Volunteer Week, we want to express our gratitude for Mrs. Diane Lambertson, who works tirelessly in our thrift shop. The Warrior Warehouse offers free clothing, accessories, and hygiene products to all students who may have a need. Mrs. Diane coordinates with local agencies and community donators to bring gently used clothing for our students to enjoy. It is the kind and generous deeds of our community that helps make Pocomoke High School a great place to work and learn, and we are so thankful. Upcoming events include the start of our last session of driver's education before summer break. We are preparing to give out 7 full scholarships to selected applicants. Tomorrow, April 19th, we will have our first student-taught Year 60 lesson. Coding for beginners will be available to teachers and students, courtesy of our student tech team. On Wednesday, we will hold our inaugural Commitment to Serve celebration in the small gym for seniors who have shown their intent to serve our country. Prom is this Saturday night, and PHS can't wait to see students on top of the world, which is the theme of this year, paying tribute to Earth Day. We are excited to celebrate student artwork as well as our all-county chorus and band students at the Fine Arts Festival on April 26th. On May 3rd, we will have ROTC awards and recognitions, and on May 10th, we will hold our spring chorus concert and awards. The PHS Counseling Department, who has been buzzing with college and trade school acceptances, as well as securing student scholarships, are getting ready for senior events. We can't wait to celebrate the accomplishments of the class of 2023. Finally, Pocomoke High School, Pocomoke Middle School, and Pocomoke Elementary School are so grateful for the continued support of our Board of Education and executive team. And now I'll read Worcester Tech's report. The month of March had many of our students in statewide competitions. We are excited by how our students fared. Here is a brief recap of all the results. Our FFA club went to Westminster, MD, to compete in the state spring judging. Our floriculture team placed 7th, our veterinary science team placed 7th, our agronomy team placed 6th, and the food science team placed 3rd. Individually, Mackenzie Catho placed 12th out of 51 competitors. Our Skills USA team competed in Baltimore County and recorded 19 first place finishers, 18 second place finishers, and 6 third place finishers. The first place finishers will fly to Atlanta, Georgia in late June to compete in the national competition. Finally, our newest club, HOSA, Health Occupant Students of America, competed in the state championships during the week of March 20th. Congratulations to Decatur students Annika Carley and Emily Ferguson, and Pocomoke student Manny Chow. Annika placed second in the state in the field of sports medicine. Emily finished 3rd in the biotechnology event, and Manny finished 5th in the medical math competition. Annika and Emily qualified for the National HOSA competition to represent Worcester Tech from June 21st to the 24th in Dallas, Texas. We are excited to have our National Technical Honor Society induction in person for the first time in 3 years. The induction will take place on April 27th at 6 p.m. We are also bringing back the Worcester Tech Signing Day on May 4th. Those students who will be entering the workforce upon graduation using a skill that they learned in one of our programs will be recognized. Let's count, we have approximately 40 students who will be signing. Thank you, and now on to Jay from Snow Hill.
Thank you. As we have finished 3rd quarter, students are preparing for state testing and AP exams. Over the next 2 weeks, students in AP classes will participate in mock exams in preparation for the upcoming tests. This past Friday, the SAD Club hosted Driver Live, which is a simulation activity that shows drivers the dangers of driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol. On April 21st, we'll have a school-wide assembly called Think Fast Interactive, which is an interactive game show that focuses on prevention, responsibility, and awareness of drugs and alcohol. We are very excited about our upcoming spring musical, Beauty and the Beast. We will have a school day showing for Snow Hill Middle School on April 20th and shows for the public on April 21st through the 23rd. Please come out and support our theater department. On April 21st, the JRTC will visit Anaheim National Battlefield. On April 24th, our students taking astronomy will visit the planetarium for an interactive tour at Parkside High School and also tour the School of Science at SU. Our Bright Lights Big City themed prom will be held on Saturday, April 29th at the Snow Hill Fire Hall from 7 to 11 p.m. Grand March will be held in the Snow Hill Auditorium at 6 p.m. April 28th, the FBLA will be attending the SU Purdue School of Business. Scheduling for the 23-24 school year is well underway with AP and dual enrollment interest meetings, as well as small group and individual scheduled meetings taking place. Recent activities from the counseling office included SAT School Day on March 22nd, the ASVAB administration on April 3rd, visits from our Marine Corps, Naval, and Air Force recruitments, and a college visit to Morgan State University this past Friday, April 14th. The school counseling office is looking forward to recognizing students at the annual We Excel Academic Awards banquet at the Fontainebleau in Ocean City on Wednesday, May 10th at 6 p.m. The 3rd and final session of After School Academy is underway with some exciting community partnerships, including a collaboration with the Ocean City Arts League and Worcester Goes Purple, focused on social-emotional wellness and art expression. We are also very excited to have the Salisbury Division of the Motor Vehicle Administration offering on-site driver's permit testing at Snow Hill High School for our students who complete our driver's ed program this spring. Finally, we just held our final FAST, Families in School Together event for the school year just before spring break. We had families of 113 students in attendance meetings with their child's teachers and enjoying prizes, a cookout, and even bouncy houses for their siblings. all taking place at the rear of our building as our baseball, softball, and tennis teams hosted Pocomoke with some great sportsmanship on display for all to enjoy. Thank you, and now to our review from Stephen Decatur.
Thank you, Janas. April brings busy times at Stephen Decatur High School as our celebrations and special events, extracurricular activities and sports, and testing all ramp up. Looking back, Stephen Decatur High School has had a lot to celebrate. First, we inducted 73 new members into the National Honor Society on March 29th. Tonight, we induct 23 new members into the Mu Alpha Theta Math Honor Society. Congratulations to senior Cameron Harris, who was honored yesterday as a DAR Good Citizen. Our Kids Against Animal Abuse and Testing Club sponsored a school-wide pet food drive and collected nearly 200 pounds of treats for pets, and our Connections volunteer organization has collected dozens of boxes filled with beach supplies for Believe in Tomorrow. Our after-school academy is busy with new enrichment clubs, including the new chess club, and it continues to be busy with tutoring sessions. And our theater program is currently busy preparing for the annual Shakespeare Under the Stars production of A Midsummer Night's Dream in May. Also looking ahead, we are anticipating over 500 prom guests at the Roland E. Powell Convention Center on April 22nd. On April 25th, we are excited to recognize our We Excel honorees when the banquet returns after a 3-year hiatus. We are also looking forward to hosting our annual Star Breakfast on April 26th, which recognizes our students who are exemplary models of the Decatur Way principles. On that same day, Stephen Decatur High School is happy to serve as the proud host of the annual Worcester County Arts Festival. And last but not least, the SDHS Job Fair returns on April 27th for another year with over 40 different businesses and organizations on site ready to mentor and or employ our amazing Worcester County students. Meanwhile, in the testing world, we are getting ready to administer approximately 325 advanced placement exams in 16 different areas to over 200 students. In the sports world, we are looking forward to our spring signing ceremony, and we are excited to see what our 250 plus athletes will be able to accomplish in the postseason. In closing, we'd like to publicly thank the many surrounding businesses and organizations who donated time, food, prizes, and funding to our After Prom committee. And as always, we'd like to thank our central office leaders and our Board of Education members for your continued support and wish everyone warm spirits as warmer days are ahead. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Arvir, thank you. Jay, McKenna, thank you for taking the time to be with us today and to give us those reports. We know there's a lot of busyness going on in the schools, and certainly there's no lack of it from what we hear from you today. So we thank you very much. It's now time to recognize any audience members joining us today from the following organizations. Do we have anyone present from the WCTA? I see Beth out there. Good afternoon, Beth. The WCESPA? Is Ivory here? Good afternoon, Ivory. Worcester County Retired Personnel. I think Helen's here. Thank you for letting us know, Helen. Any representatives from various schools, SciEx, PTAs? Anyone here? Okay, thank all of you for joining us today. Now it's time to recognize our winter sports recognitions for this year, and I'm going to turn that over to Dr. App, Mr. Slam Slacum. They're both here to introduce everybody. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. It's always a pleasure to honor our students and their achievements. Today we will be honoring our winter sports student athletes, and Mr. Slacum has the microphone and we're ready to go. Good afternoon. It is my honor and privilege to be here today as we celebrate these winter sports athletes for the 2022-2023 school year for Worcester County. These student athletes represent the tradition of excellence that Worcester County has established in the academic realm, and you're very fortunate to be here today as we recognize them. Going to thank a couple unsung heroes quickly before we get started. Big thank you to Mr. Fontaine Bowen and Ruthie Blake for always making this space available for us and ready to go. Ms. Dawn Peterson for making sure all of these meetings run the way they need to. Mr. Derek Fuchs, Dan DeBronze, and Chris Adkins for being the ADs at each of those schools and carrying the business of the county and making sure our student athletes have what they need to excel. Ms. Charlotte Henry for putting up with me and making sure that all of this goes well. And then Ms. Nikki Tapman for helping Ms. Charlotte and helping keep me straight. So I just felt like I needed to take a second to recognize some of those people because they don't always get to stand up here and get recognized in front of everyone. So first off, we're going to ask Dr. Kim Purvis to please come up. We're going to recognize a couple coaches that received some exemplary awards.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure today. You know, we see our athletes here, and we know that our athletes excel because they have great leaders working with them. So it's my privilege today to introduce two of our coaches who were the Bayside Coach of the Year this school year and in the winter season. So first, I'd like to recognize Mr. Christopher Adkins, who is our wrestling coach as well as our athletic director. Chris is a man of integrity. He has increased our numbers in the wrestling program. We have a program that is respectable in our county and throughout the state. And interesting enough, this year we had a young man who wrestled for the first time this school year and competed in the state finals and in the state competition. And that is a result of Mr. Atkins' leadership. So, Mr. Atkins, I appreciate you, I thank you, and I applaud you for being the Bayside South Coach of the Year for wrestling. Mr. Atkins. It is also my distinct pleasure to recognize Mr. Sean Johnson, who is the Bayside South Coach of the Year for basketball. Yes. Mr. Johnson is a man of integrity. He is a role model to our students. He sets the bar high for our athletes and holds them accountable for being scholar athletes, student athletes. Mr. Johnson doesn't work in our building, but I can assure you that he knows the going-ons in Snow Hill High School because he's there often, he's checking on students, he's holding them accountable. So it is my pleasure to recognize Mr. Sean Johnson as the basketball Bayside South Coach of the Year.
Thank you, Dr. Purvis, and congratulations to those two coaches. Now, continuing on with the rest of the awards for Snow Hill High School, Mr. Chris Adkins, I'm going to turn the microphone over to him to introduce each of the coaches and the teams.
Good afternoon, board members, executive team, folks in the crowd. To introduce our historic, and when I say historic, Coach Hammond is going to explain why this team that he's going to introduce is historic. Our girls indoor track team for the 2022-23 season to introduce is head coach, Coach Raheem Hammond.
Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon, everyone. Y'all can speak back. How are you? Well, first order, I want to thank Dr. Purvis and the admin team and Coach Chris Atkins for allowing me to be the head coach. Coach Krause, Coach Keegan Gold, thank you guys. You guys have been phenomenal. Our girls in the last 40 years, however Snow Hill has been existing, is the first girls regional championship team to ever come through Snow Hill. So You guys want to honor you for that. So, ladies, you guys made history. And our first lady that is a regional champion is Alexa Arnold. Next up, we have Brooklyn Ashcraft. Ali Suarez Apacheche. Savannah Warts. Paige Etnor. And Sierra Smullen. And that was our individual champions for our regional championships. And now for the rest of our team, we have Gwen Richardson. Natalie Sterling. Summer Young. Regina Welch. Lily Lake. And our team manager. Come on. Liana. All right. Thank you all.
And now to introduce members of our boys indoor track team. Again, an historic group. Some are four-time regional champions that are standing up here right now. Freshman to senior year competed and are four-time regional champs. And to introduce them is Coach Bradley Krause.
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing today? So I have the distinct pleasure to introduce some of the most decorated indoor track athletes in school history today. So first up, we have Seth Barron, MPSS AA 1A East Regional Champion, Bayside All-Conference Award, and Bayside Champion. Next, we have Andrew Brown, MPSS AA 1A East Region Champion, and Bayside All-Conference Award. Jaynaz Crawley, MPSS AA 1A East Regional Champ, and Bayside All-Conference Award. Justin Herney, MPSS AA 1A East Region Champion, and Bayside All-Conference Award. William Richardson, MPSS AA 1A East Region Champion. Alexander Nelson, MPSS AA 1A East Regional Champion. Logan Herney, MPSS AA 1A East Regional Champion. And Jacob Yankalunas, MPSS AA 1A East Regional Champion.
Snow Hill High School Bayside Scholar athletes for this year. So Seth Barron and Paige Etnoy, I just wanted to congratulate them. Yeah.
And to finish off introducing our historic teams this year, this is now, I'm going to introduce our two-time this year regional championship coach. And ladies on this team some started as freshmen, worked their way up to seniors, and now are two-time regional champions. Our ladies basketball team and coach Keith.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I love speaking in front of people. Hello. Hi, come here. So Mara Milburn made first team Bayside as a sophomore. She has over 500 points in 2 years, so she's on her way to her 1,000. She contributes beyond offenses. She contributes defensively. She probably missed one practice all season, and we practice a lot. And beyond that, she's just a great kid. She's got a 3.7 GPA. She's going to have a dual completer at Worcester Tech, and she is just a delight to be around. So like Coach Adkins said, a lot of these girls started as freshmen with me. If you know anything about our program, we started with 0 wins. And this group probably has the first winning season in, I would say, a decade. And I couldn't be prouder of the work that they put in, day in, day out, and just the characters that they are, because they all have a little bit. But yeah, we're just happy to represent Worcester County.
So again, our 2022-23 1A East Regional Champion, the Snow Hill Lady Eagles. Good job, ladies.
What a tremendous group of student athletes and their accomplishments this year. Absolutely fabulous for Snow Hill High School. Moving on in our program, we're going to head to Pocomoke High School. I'd like to introduce Mr. Derek Fuchs, athletic director and head basketball coach.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I get to the honoree today, I just want to say Pocomoke High School had a great winter season. Anytime you complete a season, get through a season, it's a success, whether you win, lose, or draw. This year we took on indoor track for the first time at Pocomoke High School, and for it being a small program, we actually, at the end of the season, had 2 kids qualify for state competition. So I just wanted to give them a round of applause. They're not here, but just first year and having 2 kids qualify for states. But the reason why we're here today is to honor Mr. Keandre Nixon, sophomore at Pocomoke High School. Has been with me for 2 years. This young man is first team All Bayside Conference. He was very close to being first team as a freshman last year. He's 127 points away from his 1,000 points already. He scored 503 points this year. averaging 25.3 points per game, and he was #1 scoring in the 1A region of Maryland, and he was second in the state of Maryland. Young man averaged 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 4 steals per game. Sky's the limit for this young man, Mr. Keandre Nixon.
Congratulations again to Keandre and Pocomoke High School. Moving on to Stephen Decatur High School. I'm going to attempt to fill in for Mr. Dan DeBronze. He was unable to be here today, so please bear with me as I muddle through some of these. But I'm going to turn it over now to Coach August with the Stephen Decatur High School wrestling team.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for having us, board members, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 4th straight state championship for Stephen Decatur High School wrestling, 5th overall. We had several state placers on both the guys and girls side, and we're very proud of their season. So first up is sophomore Juan Hinojosa. Sophomore Michael Hughes. Sophomore Liam Hughes. Sophomore Jake Salo. Sophomore Aaron August. Sophomore Donovan Henry. Freshman Alex Reel. Senior Evan Hayworth. Sophomore Amarion Manuel. Senior Ethan Brown. Sophomore Nate McDaniel. Senior Eden McMullen. And sophomore Rachel Plata. And for our our individual awards, we have captain, senior, 2-time Bayside champ, regional champ, and state champion, Logan Interieri. We have freshman, Bayside champ, region champ, state champion, Elijah Colick. We have junior, 2-time Bayside champ, 2-time regional champ, 2-time state finalist, Gavin Solito. Bayside champion, regional champion, 3rd place in the state, Parker Interieri. Bayside champion, region champion, 4th place state, Reed Kamey. Bayside Conference champion, regional finalist, 5th place in the state, Cole Cohut. For our girls team, regional champion, 5th place in the state, sophomore Chania Bernier. Sophomore regional champion, first ever Decatur girls state finalist, AJ Johnson. Our senior Madeline Reed could not be here. She's had an injury. And senior two-time regional champion, state placer, Jenna Danner. And two of our coaches, been with Don Pirana, I think it's his 15th year, JV coach, assistant. And then we have our first girls coach, Sarah Patrick.
Now, Stephen Decatur High School girls basketball, Coach Kurtz.
Thank you. I have the pleasure today of introducing Maya Garner. Maya is a 4-year starter for the Stephen Decatur girls basketball program. She's our senior captain, led the team to a 17-3 record. 2002 Defensive Player of the Year for Bayside, and then 2003 she was named Player of the Year for the Bayside Conference. And we're very excited to announce that she will be committing and attending school at Bowie State next year.
Continuing with Stephen Decatur High School basketball for the boys, Coach B.J. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having us today. Special thank you to our administration. Special thank you to the board and Mr. Taylor, my former coach, for having us here. I would like to thank my coaching staff for being here. And am I doing the special award first or the two special awards? Okay, I got Jaden Hudson and Bryson Coleman up, first team all-conference player. Jaden Hudson, the two-time first team all-conference player, is a sophomore, and now is a junior. Bryson, first team all-conference, and Bryson has just committed to Vanderbilt University to play college football. Now we can do a team. Oh, the first, okay. Now I can talk about our team. We were 3A South regional champions. Got off to a little rocky start this year, but once we got everybody healthy, we won 14 straight games. We beat the #1 team in our conference, and Wahai, one of their only losses. These guys, man, they're just tremendous young men. They're student athletes. I never, ever have to worry about grades. They all care about the academics, and I'm just proud and lucky and blessed to be their coach. As I call your name, would you please come up? Zachary Baker. Davin Chandler. Bryson Coleman. Solomon David. Jaden Hudson, Jaron Hudson, Caleb Lauren, Lucas Lauren, Muhammad Ramadan, Davion Rounds, Noah Tucker, Tribe Wise, and my assistant coaches, Jeff Levan, Ty Northam, and Adrian Bourne, who's not here with us today. Thank you. Thank you.
Continuing on with Stephen Decatur, a sport near and dear to my heart, swimming, and Coach Watts.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Coach Watts. I am the Decatur swim coach, here to introduce you our Bayside Boys champions. So come on up, boys. We have Gavin, Bryce, Daniel, Mason, Joey, Jameson, Chase, and Jake. Last year, these boys were in second to last place at Baysides with only 6 boys on the team. And we doubled in size and got all the way up to winning our Bayside this year. So it's a great improvement. And then we also have 3 regional champions on our team. Our lady regional champion is Natalie Canham. She won the 100 butterfly. And then we also have Daniel Karczewski and Gavin Stern, who are going to come back up. They won all 4 of their events at regionals.
What a wonderful way to celebrate these student athletes. Can we get one more round of applause for everyone?
last but not least, we have a special announcement today, too.
You know what they say, you save the best for last. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you all for being here. Board members, thank you for your time. I wanted to introduce somebody that received a special award this year. The Maryland Music Educators Association each year allows educators, administrators, parents to nominate music teachers who have really excelled, gone above and beyond, and are great instructors in the classroom and great with their kids. So this year, a parent of one of our Pocomoke teachers and I got together and really started recognizing some of the things that Mr. Malcolm Bratcher, if you want to come on up here, was doing in the classroom and doing with students. He is a Salisbury grad. He is born and raised on born on the Eastern Shore, and he started out down at Pocomoke. He's in his 5th year now. For the MMEA, their new teacher award is 5 years or less. So this year, he received the new teacher award for some of the things he was doing. He has started Piano Prodigies, which is a club it's after school for the students, Broadway Kids. He's also been helping at the Marva Theater down in Pocomoke and in the community. He's really brought a love for music and theater to our youngest kiddos. To see them in the classroom, they absolutely love Mr. Bratcher. And it's obvious that he loves them. He also was a recipient of a grant this year from the Arts Council to bring ukuleles into the classroom and doing some work with students on that. So just so many fun and exciting artistic performances and things that are happening, and we just want to congratulate him for being one of Maryland's Music Educators Awards for Excellence recipients. So congratulations.
Live feed. Okay, I'll try not to overwhelm the mic then. I am presenting her with a certificate of recognition from the Worcester County Commission for Women in recognition of an outstanding essay celebrating the accomplishments of Maryland-born Harriet Tubman and her struggle to achieve for herself and others, as well as her service to freedom for herself and others, as well as her service to the United States government in its effort to end slavery and preserve the Union. She included in her essay a little-known fact about Harriet Tubman. She was actually a spy for the Northern forces, and worked in Washington, D.C., oftentimes helping the Union be preserved. She did an excellent job, so we have a certificate for her. We also have a small gift, and she will receive a check for $100. We want to encourage writing skills because writing requires a great deal of thinking as well as research, and she did an excellent job with both. Thank you so much.
Okay. And continuing on, we have some proclamations today. And I'm going to start, it's actually Teacher Appreciation Week from May 8th to the 12th. And Beth Shockley Lynch is going to be accepting, and Katie Addis is going to be reading the proclamation for us, so you can stand.
Whereas teachers mold future citizens through guidance and education, and whereas teachers encounter students of widely differing backgrounds, and whereas our country's future depends upon providing quality education to all students, and whereas teachers spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating progress, counseling and coaching students, and performing community service, and whereas our community recognizes and supports its teachers in educating the children of this community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Worcester County Board of Education proclaims May 8th through 12th, 2023 to be the Teacher Appreciation Week. And be it further resolved that the Worcester County Board of Education strongly encourages all members of our community to join in personally expressing appreciation to our teachers for their dedication and devotion to their work. Adopted this 18th day of April 2023, Todd A. Ferrante, President, Worcester County Board of Education, and Lewis H. Taylor, Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you very much. Okay, and continuing on, it is School Library Month, and Jen Sills, if you'll come up, I'm going to have Board Member Donald Smack read the proclamation for the School Library Month. Thank you, Jen, for being here.
How you doing, dear? Your pretty smiling face. School Library Month, April the 23rd. Whereas the school library is ensured that the students and staff are effectively users of ideals and information. And whereas the school librarian's role is to provide the leadership of expertise necessary to ensure that the school's library is an integral part of the instructional program of the school. Whereas the school board of education has entrusted the school librarians in each school to teach the skills of locating and using information throughout the additional resources and new technologies, to provide literature appreciation activities to guide and encourage content of recreational reading of every student, and whereas lifelong learners begin and it is symbolically developed through the school library curriculum of the elementary and secondary schools. And whereas the school librarian contributes to the individual growth and development of all students, will foster both the excellencies, the quality in education, and whereas the school librarian of Worcester County has dedicated themselves to work for the quality schools, libraries for all students. Now, therefore, be it resolved, my beautiful lady, the Worcester County Board of Education does hereby proclaim April the 23rd as School Library Month and calls upon each school administrators, teachers, students, and citizens of Worcester County to recognize and support the actions and to participate throughout the month of April in the celebration of School Library Month.
Thank you, Mr. Smack. Of course.
Now, school libraries is very important to schools. I had two spaces to hide during my 30 years in school. The school library office and the gym office.
Thank you, Mr. Smack. So moving forward, we have a School Nurse Appreciation Day, which is May 10th. And I'm going to have Board Member Bill Gordy read the School Nurse Appreciation Day. Thank you, Mr. Gordy. Can I have Lauren Williams and Amanda Underkoffler please come up and join us? Thank you.
National School Nurse Day. Whereas students are the future, and by investing in them today, we are ensuring our world for tomorrow. Whereas families deserve to feel confident that their children will be cared for when they are at school. And whereas all students have a right to have their physical and mental health needs safely met while in the school setting. Whereas students today face a more complex and life-threatening health problems requiring care in school. And whereas school nurses have served as a critical role in providing public health and ensuring students' academic success for more than 100 years. Whereas school nurses address the home and community factors that impact students' health, and whereas school nurses act as a liaison to the school community, families, and healthcare providers on behalf of children's health by promoting wellness and improving health outcomes for our nation's children. And whereas school nurses support the health and educational success of children and youth by providing access to care when children's cognitive development is at its peak. Whereas school nurses are members of a school-based team to address the school population, and whereas school nurses understand the link between health and learning and are in a position to make a positive difference for children every day, therefore be it resolved that the National Association of School Nurses celebrates and acknowledges the accomplishments of school nurses everywhere and their efforts to meet the needs of today's students by improving the delivery of health care in our schools, and offers gratitude for the nation's school nurses who contribute to our local communities by helping students stay healthy in school and ready to learn, and keeping parents and guardians at work, not just on the National School Nurse Day, but at every opportunity throughout the year. Be it therefore resolved, the Worcester County Board of Education does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 10, 2023 as School Nurse Day, adopted this 18th day of April 2023, signed by President Ferrante and Superintendent Taylor. Congratulations. Thank you.
Okay, moving forward to 5.4, individuals, delegations, and comments. All individuals who have signed up to address the Worcester County Board of Education may do so for 2 minutes regarding information, commendations, or concerns which may need for future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in open session and should be directed to appropriate district personnel for investigation. When you're called to address the board, please state your name and address for the record, and I ask that you please come forward and speak into the mic because we are on live stream, so the people that are watching on live stream would like to hear you. And the first up today is Mr. Edward Lee. Mr. Lee. Do we have other chairs? Actually, including Pastor Poe and Pastor Bard. Correct? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, make sure, yeah, whoever speaks, pull the mic to you so we can hear you. Thank you. Let's turn it on. I think you need to push it up. Can you get that done?
Me and technology, huh?
I hope your pictures turn out great.
Good afternoon. The Truth and Reconciliation Committee held a community meeting on April the 5th, 2023 at Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church in Snow Hill. Around 200 people attended the meeting. There was standing room only. The purpose of the meeting was to hear directly from parents, students, and the superintendents of schools regarding the walkout of black students at the Snow Hill High School. The outrage of the meeting was the incident that led up to the walkout and the way that the school administration handled the aftermath. Upon our investigation and review, the committee takes the position that the superintendent's administration mismanaged the incident and must be held accountable. As most of us you may remember, in 2000, we called upon Delegate Bennett Bosman to sponsor legislation to have an elective school board in Worcester County. At that time, the board was appointed. The need was for the community to take responsibility for their school system and to hold those in office accountable to the electorate. It is situations like these that validate the process and provide the people with access to their elected decision makers. Our purpose here today is to make known to you, our elected representatives, the dissatisfaction that we have with the way the Snow Hill matter was handled. Without excuses, the failure of communications and responsibility in this matter can only be labeled as incompetent. Judicious and prudent actions are required in a timely manner to heal and remedy the hurt that has been caused to the Snow Hill community, and particularly our children, all of whom were directly affected. The committee believes that there must be consequences for those responsible for the mishandling and lack of communications regarding this unfortunate matter. Our questions are, what systems will be installed to prevent this from happening again? What lines of communication will be created between the Board of Education, the Superintendent's Office, and the community? We wait your response. Thank you.
Barb Hedges Gadel, McKemmy Presbyterian Church, 103 West Market Street, Snow Hill. My role today is to talk about what happens with next steps. I believe we have a little list of things that the board is considering doing in terms of prevention and remediation. And my role is to ask that we make sure that when those future steps are put into place, that there are people responsible and dates by which certain things will be done, and then people who are going to check that all of that happens. I went this morning to a meeting with Club Fear at the Rotary, and the gentleman who's in charge there said, we do lots of talking and meeting, but we don't always get to action planning. So my role is to ask that we make sure that whatever actions the board will take as in response to these concerns, that there will be accountability and that there will be a point person and dates and plans that then can be followed through on.
Pastor Joel Poe, pastor of Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church, where the meeting was held. My role today is to recommend to this committee forward recommendations. Number one, to develop policies and procedures that describes concise overview of the superintendent's designee, the role, the authority, the responsibilities, and the accountability when they represent the superintendent. Secondly, to establish clear objectives designed to avoid future personal influence that distract from rendering a fair and impartial process. Third, to develop incident work documents to be used by the board and the principal with summary of findings and signature by both parties. Number 4, to establish policy and procedures for cultural trends training to update understanding of the trends and the symbols and language of the youth culture. This can be done through workshops or seminars. Then finally, to set formal rules describing how to exchange information in a timely manner to improve communication. There were 2 items that were brought forth at that meeting that concern personnel on this board, as well as the principal. There are many unanswered questions as to what took place between the principal and one of the members of the board. At this time, we could not get an answer to those things because this is not the session for that. We would invite the board indeed to contact us so that we can advise you as the course of action that need to be taking place and moving forward. We adults, if we don't take responsibility for our actions and apologize, then how can we teach the children to take responsibility for their actions? We ask that you would consider a separate meeting to address this issue going forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to the board, to the officials of Worcester County Public Schools. I am Reverend James Jones. I am the convener for the Caucus of African American Leaders on Maryland's entire Eastern Shore, all 9 counties. We work with diversity, inclusion, with social, economic, and civil rights, with racist situations that we feel don't have to be. And I will start by saying to every adult in here, no matter the shade of your skin, racism is not inherited. You're not born into it. You are taught it. And what happened at Snow Hill High School that brings us before you today was so out of character. Those young students of ours had to have seen that, felt that, witnessed that somewhere as they were coming up. So we would ask that every parent in here take heed to what this committee, this assembly is saying, that we must start to make a difference now and right here. I have done my research. Dr. Kimberly Purvis has done exemplary things at Snow Hill High School. And she should not have had to respond to second or third or even fourth-hand information about her actions. They should have come forth in the very beginning.
Dr. Jones?
It has been said and apologized to her for those actions.
Dr. Jones, could you respectfully, sir, we've allowed everyone 2 minutes, so we just need you to wrap it up for us, please. Thank you.
We'll do that, sir. Yes, we will. And I apologize. We ask that we pay close attention to what goes on in our schools, because what happens in our schools is what dictates what our situation will be in the future with our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is Pat Barberly. Good afternoon.
Hi, Pat Barbley from Newark, Maryland. First, I'd like to thank you for writing the second letter of opposition to House Bill 119. We beat it this time. I'm afraid it's going to come back up again, but thank you for writing that letter. Unfortunately, Worcester County has already implemented and adopted the Maryland Comprehensive Health Framework, and I'm hoping the board may want to rethink that now since we opposed it. We need to fight this because the government has decided that they know what is best for our children. We elect local school board members to represent us, to be a voice for us, to reflect our values and ideas as they apply to how our children are educated. We must fight to retain our authority to govern our local schools. We must also insist that the curriculum is easily accessible to all parents. Not everyone has internet yet in Worcester County. We just got it in Newark, and we don't all have it yet. We must also request an opt-in option for certain curriculum that's being presented to our children. The parents should be the one to decide if and when to introduce subjects such as sexual health, gender identity to their children. Our children have to grow up so quickly, and although I know statistics show that they soak up information so well at a young age, many children, and the parents know their children the best, are not ready for some of these conversations. The Maryland Comprehensive Framework is teaching everything from gender identity to anal sex. They are stealing our children's innocence. This should be a parent's choice as to what their children is introduced to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kate McCloskey.
Hello, I am Kate McCloskey from Ocean Pines. I'm going to hold this
Okay.
so I can sit up straight. I also want to thank you for sending a second opposition letter to HB 119 that threatened our Eastern Shore family values and parental rights. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think we've appeared to dodge a bullet for the moment, but I think more are coming from the state. The state of Maryland continues to try to push things down to our counties as if they know best. But the state does not know what's best for our county. I was born and raised across the Bay Bridge on the Western Shore, and I don't even recognize the Western Shore anymore. Montgomery County has adopted so much outrageous legislation that literally kicks out the parent. The parent doesn't really have a say much anymore, and that's horrifying. And I know that as elected officials here, you are representing our Worcester County families. I'm grateful for that. I want to encourage you to stand strong, to defend our kids the next time, and there will be, unfortunately, a next time when the state of Maryland attempts to commit gross government overreach, in my opinion, by trying to push on us a highly politicized agenda for our children. And then lastly, I want to recommend, because I think it works so well, several evening meetings next school year, if possible, because I represent many, many parents who could not get off work today, and they really do want to participate and show support and have a voice. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Right in the middle. Just push it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Darren Lombardo.
Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
Is this turned on? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good afternoon. I am here today to bring up House Bill 119, which, as you know, when it was introduced, it had a purpose of the Maryland Comprehensive Health Framework being forced upon the local school systems. As you know, that bill was amended to include all curriculum. And so it passed, by the way, as you know, in the House. And moved on to the Senate, which is Senate Bill 199, which didn't pass. You expressed your opposition for both bills. I thank you for that. In light of that, I've been to past meetings where this school district has made presentations on the Maryland Comprehensive Health Framework. I understand that you have adopted it. So in the name of what you did, in the name of integrity, and your sworn oath of office, that your zeal for opposition would hold true to this school system, and that you would, and I would ask that you would unadopt the Maryland Comprehensive Health Framework, which you've brought into the school system. You can do that, despite what you may think or what you're told from the state. Our students and their families are special and dear. You look at these pictures around the room, these beautiful faces, these cute little dumplings, and to tell that girl that anal sex is an option to avoid pregnancy. I can't even comprehend that. And so as a board, I would ask, despite the pressures of administration, despite the pressures of the unions, and all of that, that you do what's right on behalf of our families. And on another note, I just wanted to say a positive note for our student representatives here, that they come here to each meeting professionally dressed. Their conduct is amazing, and they set an example that I hope Wycomico follows. Thank you.
Thank you. Timra Cannon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First, I want to start to say how blessed we are to all be here today. My name is Tamara Cannon, and I have been going to Snow Hill School since I was in the 2nd grade. Now I am finishing out this year as a senior. I went back and forth with myself on whether I should speak today or not, but the thought came to me, and I said, how could I not? So if I could write a speech to the white people, I would say, dear white people. Okay. I don't even know where to start. In between my busy schedule trying to survive this white America, there's simply no time to write letters. Besides, any letter I write will most likely bring tears to your eyes, for I for one have had to fill with, excuse me, let me start over. Besides, any letter I write will most likely bring tears to your eyes, and I for one have my fill of white tears. There are days I think you aren't worth my ink, that your whiteness is draining me of my energy. Can't give you a taste of the tea for fear that you will colonize the whole kitchen, but today I am too angry to remain silent. I ask that you stop making everything about you and how uncomfortable you are. You have made my very existence and exercise uncomfortable. It is now time for you to make room at the table. Better yet, go sit in the living room. At this point, I am not here to cuddle your feelings or for your amusement. No, you may not say the N-word. This isn't the 18th century. And stop telling me about your reputation that could be ruined as if I don't have one of myself to uphold. I mean, because we all know yours won't be ruined for poor racial decisions you've made, but mine sure would for aggressively standing up for what I believe in. Stop telling me about this colorblind world you allegedly live in. Telling me you respect me, but don't see my colors, like saying you have to pretend I'm not black. But let me reassure you, I am black though. Although there are plenty of things that I am not. I hear the way you talk to Jen and Steve every day. You sound like vacation on Martha's Vineyard, where you spend summers awaiting in the bitter blue of the Atlantic. Oh, how I wish my toes could touch the ocean without stepping on the bones of my ancestors. White teachers, why do I not know who my ancestors are? Why is it only one part of my history important enough for you to teach?
Tomorrow.
And for the love of God, stop swiveling your heads at slavery when it's mentioned. Newsflash,
Tomorrow.
I wasn't there.
I just need you to wrap it up. We give everybody 2 minutes, so please do. You can finish up. You can finish your sentences. Finish your last sentence.
Okay. My great-grandmother in the 1930s worked as the help for a white family all her life. My great-grandmother in the 1960s attended a segregated high school right here at the Board of Education. Now, in 2023, here I am demanding you to give an apology for a group of white, uneducated, racist boys who was behind a racially charged post. This is wrong, and we all know right from wrong. We were taught that at a young age. So here I am to say that you must do what's right by us and do something today.
Next up, thank you. Next up is Dorita Washington, Pastor Dorita Washington. Okay. Do not see her here. Moving forward, William Johnson. Good afternoon. Good.
I'd like to give honor to God because it's without him I would not be here. I mean that literally and figuratively. I'm going to respectfully ask that you give me 2 minutes plus. You seem to be mindful to let me know that the bell's going off. But what I got to say needs to be said.
Yeah.
I just had a heart attack 2 Wednesdays ago. Please don't run my blood pressure up.
I won't. I will be respectful to you, but you
All right.
have to remain within your 2 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor and board members of Worcester County Public School District. On Monday, April 27, 2023, at Berlin Intermediate School, a little white girl called my son and another African-American student a monkey. I want you to know, if you don't, that when you call a black person a monkey, it implies he's being called a nigger. When I found out about the incident that morning, I immediately left work and drove an hour back to BIS to speak to the principal. While I didn't see her, I did see my son. He was visibly upset. We talked, and I assured him that he did nothing wrong to warrant this sort of disrespect. My son is 11 years old. Now, this isn't about not seeing the principal. Dr. Gallagher and her staff are great. After collecting my thoughts, I emailed a letter to you, Mr. Taylor, Superintendent of Worcester County Public Schools, and CC'd each board member explaining my frustration, not with the little white girl who called my son the monkey, but with the culture that you and the board members, past and present, have been allowed to create here in Worcester County. A culture that, from my viewpoint, has always marginalized black students and the few black leaders that you have had. And in this case, Dr. Purvis, principal of Snow Hill High School. I want to tell you, Mr. Taylor and board members, we're not going backwards. This board meeting only became relevant to the masses after the Snow Hill High School student body responded to Mr. Taylor's directive, which gave Dr. App, the human resources director, the authority to go to Snow Hill High School to ensure that the discipline for a group of white athletes was not carried out effectively by Dr. Purvis, your only African-American principal, for a behavior that should have been deemed as hate speech. I want to thank God for those students today and the young lady behind me, the students of Snow Hill High School, all of them, of all nationalities, that had the courage to walk out and shine a light on a culture that you and your board members, past and present, have been able to commit for so long. A culture that, as I affirmationed, continues to marginalize black students and challenge the judgment of the few black professionals that you have here in the Worcester County School District. This board meeting is long overdue. This is a rhetorical question. How is it that you've been able to govern this district without the input of all of your tax-paying base? This board has been able to carefully craft a system that has eliminated the voice, and you're trying to do it now.
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to ask you respectfully to wrap it up, please, sir. We give everybody
This
2
board
minutes.
has been able to carefully craft a system that has been able to eliminate a voice that has been needing to be heard for years. And it's because of you that you can have a Mr. Taylor as superintendent who has been able to govern essentially without question. I'm going to get up from here. I got a lot more to say. But we want answers.
Thank you. Marcus Purnell. afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, everyone in attendance. I come before you this morning, this afternoon, as a proud graduate, 1989 of Snow Hill High School. When I was sent the picture of depicting the 6 Snow Hill High School baseball players holding up fingers, usually when I make a number 3, my pinky touches my thumb. I don't know about you, but this is my 3. It doesn't look like this, but if you educate yourselves, you will see what looks like this right now on each one of your smartphones, because there is this thing called Google. When I heard about the incident, it really shook me. As a veteran, a proud Army member, it took me back to West Point. Anyone remember 2019 at West Point, when fellow cadets put the finger up? The pointer finger touched my what? My thumb. And it was made because in 2017, I don't have a doctorate, okay, but I learned early in Snow Hill High School, thank you, my English teachers, that reading is fundamental. And you can learn so much by picking up a book. Ignorance is not a defense, especially when many of you all have many a certificate, many of degrees on a wall. My grandmother, Ruth Purnell, would say you got more degrees than a thermometer. But I'm here to tell you this morning, this afternoon, pardon, it is so important that what you don't know, you need to know. And the way that it starts, Mr. Taylor, with the leadership. The leadership needs to recognize and realize that we live in a country filled with gang activity, filled with racial activity. And to say that I don't understand, and everyone that knows me knows Marcus is 51 and he will call himself a dinosaur. But I told you earlier, I have what? A smartphone. And I know how to go to who? Google. Okay? And if that does not suffice, when I think of the educated people that surround me in my world, many more questions would have came up when asking anything about that incident. I come before you this morning because I want the board to know, and I'm wrapping up, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I come before the board this afternoon because, one, I want the board not only to look at actions of the leadership of the superintendent, but I want also the board to look at the discipline that was levied at the posters. Last time I checked, in order to post something, something had to appear on that print. This time it was not letters. It was 6 baseball players. I have 5 uncles. You can put a blindfold over all of them up to their eyeballs, and I will tell you each one of their names. Snow Hill High School has a coach, Coach Lampkin, that can do that if you want to recognize who the 6 were. They need to be penalized. They should have had to bring their actual uniform to the desk of Dr. Purvis and leave it right there. Why? Because it said the school that I love the most, Snow Hill High, on the front of it. Thank you, board. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Please reconsider all of it.
Kevin Douglas. Kevin Douglas. Okay. Barb Hedges. Okay, you already went? Okay. Inessa Manuel. Okay. Dasmika Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is very unfortunate that I have to come here and address this board once again, because I am a black mother at Snow Hill High School and very disappointed in the members, all members of the Board of Education today. Obviously, it falls on your lap, Lou Taylor. I asked you questions at the church that you didn't answer. I called your phone. You didn't answer. I also spoke to you, Dr. App. You were supposed to call back. You never did. So I want to know, for the community of Snow Hill, where are we headed? Because right now, Snow Hill High School is divided completely, whites and blacks. When I walked the hallways of Snow Hill High School, I didn't have that. I didn't have to worry about white people looking at me crazy, side-eyed. I didn't have to worry about my teachers looking at me all crazy because I stood up for what I believed. This board has now created that. And I want to know what we're going to do about it. I will be here at every single meeting asking the exact same question until we get an answer. We're 2 months out, and the consequences of the 6 white boys have yet to be displayed. What's happening? Nobody knows, I guess.
This is not a question and answer, but you can finish your 2 minutes. We're listening to everything you say.
So when will we get a answer of what is happening, what with the Snow Hill High School? I want to know.
We have not yet discussed it, so we can't give you an answer on that, but we will get back to you.
So we're 2 months out and we don't even have an answer. We haven't even had a discussion
This is the
about
first
it.
time we've met as a board, so.
In 2 months, this is the first time?
We meet every month. This is the first time since the incident.
Okay.
Yep.
We definitely will follow up. So when's the next board meeting? Can anybody answer that?
Next board meeting is May 16th.
And that's here at 12:30?
Yes, it is here at
Is all
12:30.
the meetings at 12:30?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll be here.
Thank you. Yeah, she said, are they all here? They're all here, yes.
Yeah, at 12:30.
Except for August meeting. That's at night.
Okay, and that's August the what?
We'll make sure, I'll make sure you get it.
Tuesday of the month.
Okay. It's Desamika Johnson. What you need,
Yeah,
my
Tamika
email
Johnson.
to make sure I get
Yeah,
it?
I'll have someone send it to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up, Brittany Brown. Good afternoon. Ms. Brown, can you pick up a mic? Thank you.
My name is Brittany Brown. I'm a former student of Snow Hill High School, class of 2005. But most importantly, I am a parent of a student at Snow Hill High School, a sophomore. He plays football, and he's very discouraged, just like the other members of the Snow Hill High School football team, because they are still without a coach. Just this past, I want to say, sometime last school year, there was some type of issue where the former head coach had to be dismissed because of personal reasons. So here we are, school's about to be out, these boys are still without a coach. They they're heartbroken. They're out to the rec twice a week, maybe 3 times a week. They're still working out without a coach. They're so dedicated to the football program that they're willing to go take time out of their busy schedules to still go out and do what they love to do. And I have a student, a freshman, he wanted to be heard, and he wrote me and he wants y'all to hear it. He said, unfortunately, I was not able to make it today, but I would still like to be heard. The county has been taking an opportunity away from us for quite a while now. Whether it is making a difficult decision for our school to get kids from Pocomoke or firing our entire coaching staff because of a personal mistake of our former coaches. And if nobody don't know the backstory, the former coach of Snow High School was going through something, And some football parents called you, Lou Taylor, about, I don't care about that bill, because this guy, I'm tired of these kids heartbroken. So they fired the whole coaching staff, which is predominantly African Americans. Most of the coaching staff did not know what was going on or why they were being fired. So
Ms. Brown, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up, please.
I am.
Okay.
Coach Raheem, as y'all just met earlier, he loves them boys. He is doing everything in his power to become head coach, but can't nobody give him an answer. Can't nobody give none of us an answer. And he would love to be the coach, but apparently y'all dragging y'all feet to hire a head coach. It's not that hard, because I thought when you fire somebody, you immediately hire somebody in replace of them. I'm pretty sure if you lost your job, they will hire somebody right there behind you. Feel me? So, therefore, Snow Hill High School football team needs a head coach and needs it ASAP before the fiscal year, which is July 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Kendall Brittingham. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Kendall Brittingham, and I am a 10th grade student at Snow Hill High School. I am one of the 4 girls, along with Ariana Arsenault, Kara Lucas, and Jalen Johnson, who reported the offensive picture that was posted and shared by my peers, who are also members of Snow Hill High School baseball team. When I first saw the post, I wasn't going to say anything because I was afraid that nothing was going to happen because of the color of their skin. But I remember that at the beginning of the school year, I was kicked off the cheer team for voicing my opinion. I decided to use my voice to do the right thing this time. I saw something and I decided to say something. For those who do not know, the black ninja emoji represents the N-word. In the post, the emoji spelled out the N-word, and I do not believe that the post was directed at me, but it was offensive to me. I feel that when you are not an African American and you use the N-word or the emoji, you are taking ownership of something that does not belong to you. When I reported the picture, I was under the impression that there would be consequences for posting and sharing something that was offensive. I did not think that it would take over a month for something to happen. All I wanted was an apology. There was an assured circle that I was told that I was going to be a part of, and it occurred a day that I nor the other girls were not at school. I feel like if we hadn't said anything about it, the situation would be swept under the rug. I am not afraid of speaking for what I think is right. My voice will be heard, and I will not be silent because my boldness and anger makes you feel uncomfortable.
Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our speakers for their comments today. We take them seriously. We will talk and discuss about them at the board, and we will let you know what our decisions are. Thank you for coming. We're going to take a small recess. We will still remain in open session, and then we will come back in 10 minutes after the recess. Okay. And now on to the curriculum instruction report. Okay, so I have, we have Dr. Annette Wallace is going to start us off with the curriculum instruction report, and presenters Marcia Redden and Valerie Riley from the Stephen Decatur High School counselors, and Brittany Trigner.
Yes.
School librarian.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I'm going to introduce Mr. Tom Seitz, who is going to introduce 2 of his staff members and a dual enrollment program that I think 2, and or maybe 3, and that Decatur High School started this school year. So if you don't mind just using that mic, that'd be wonderful. So welcome.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Wallace. And I want to thank the board and our executive team for allowing us to speak today. This project that you're going to see, Ms. Redden and Ms. Riley, as well as Ms. Tigner, she's right here, okay? She came in. They're going to talk to you about our dual enrollment program here at Stephen Decatur High School. And we're very excited about it. I'm very passionate about it as both a principal of the school and as well as a parent, because this dual enrollment program was kind of born out of a lot of different ideas. And not to go belabor it, because I'm very passionate about it, and I don't want to cut them off, and I've given them a certain amount of time. But basically, we wanted to increase dual enrollment opportunities for all our kids. For example, our students at Stephen Decatur High School have the opportunity to take college credits at both Salisbury or Warwick Community College. And not always are those opportunities available for a variety of reasons. For example, let's say you're a child who's a late birthday and you're not able to drive until later in your senior year. Going on that on-campus experience might not be available to you. Maybe your parents work and they can't get you to Warwick. It also plays into the online courses. As we know, online courses are so popular today, but you got 4 periods in a day. If you cannot drive, say you don't have a car, say you don't have the means and the finances to have a car, and you want to take an online course, and that course is first period. It's in the morning. I'll use this as a parent. My son takes an online course first period. He comes to school every day at 9:30. But he has that ability. He drives. I'm already there at school. I'm not waiting for him at 9:30 to come to school. So those are the opportunities that some kids might miss, not being able to come into school late like that because they take the bus. So a dual enrollment center is something that we really wanted to focus on. We wanted to focus on an opportunity for kids who may not have the ability to drive late, who may not have the ability to go over to Warwick and actually get to the campus. Another piece that was born out of this was, and I'm using it as a parent again, my son, who took dual enrollment last year as a junior, he's a decent student, but he was struggling with the online piece. And if we all remember COVID, nothing is better than a teacher face-to-face, okay? And he said to me, Dad, I'm struggling. I just need that time with the teacher. Well, talk to him. You talk to him online. I get that, but I need to talk to some of my people in the school, some of the teachers who've taught me math at Stephen Decatur High School. So I said to him, go in early. Go in early. Go find one of your teachers. Find Miss Ebeline. Find Dr. Hill. Well, they're in class. So a lot of this idea was born out of my own experience as a parent, but yet as a principal being able to hopefully give this opportunity to as many kids as possible. Mr. Leland Green, who's assistant principal, happens to be here today. He helped me tremendously on identifying kids who may not have the means, who may not think they're possibly college material, okay? Who may think that they're just going into the workforce. And he did a fabulous job getting as many students out there for us as possible. So what was born out of it is our dual enrollment center. And again, I could talk forever on this topic because I really love what we've done. The last piece of it was the 2 ladies are counselors. They're fantastic at what they do. And we brought on Miss Brittany Tigner, who we stole from Snow Hill High School. Dr. Purvis, sorry about that, but she is fantastic, and you told me she would be. When she interviewed, I thought she was on the fence, and I proposed this dual enrollment center. And I really feel that that was one of the reasons why she wanted to jump on and take this wonderful challenge at Stephen Decatur High School. You walk into the high school today, the media center's alive. It's got kids everywhere. They're having a great time. They're learning. They're collaborating. They're experiencing wonderful things. And I'm just so proud of it. So again, I could go forever, but at this time, Ms. Tigner, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Sykes. Next slide. Yes, I'm Marcia Redden, one of the school counselors at Steve Nicoder High School. We have come up with dual enrollment, again, trying to make it easier for our students, so more students can have the opportunity to earn those college credits while they're in high school. I believe in the Maryland Blueprint, they talk about students leaving high school along with your high school diploma and associate's degree. So this is one of those ways that will help a student make it to that point by offering dual enrollment classes in our high school. We also have some that teachers teach in our building, so not only do the kids have to travel to Warwick or Salisbury or sit in the library and do dual enrollment courses, they can also take instruction from teachers in our building. We have a lot of variety that we have in our MOU with Warwick, all kinds of classes and courses in every subject area. Kids love to go take those. It's the general study classes from the four-year colleges. They can get those done at Warwick. Along with college level coursework, you still get the high school help though, because you're in the building, and you can get teachers to help you with your courses, even if they don't know the subject, but they probably can gear you in the right direction. So as when you get to college, you usually don't have that help right at your side, but if you take dual enrollment courses in high school, you still get the help from the teachers.
And our big push from this was for dual enrollment, which we have had dual enrollment for since I've been here, at least 13, 14 years. But it's been accessibility and equity for our students because, like I said before, students had to drive to these campuses. So we really wanted to bring our campus to them. So we literally turned our library in, as we call it, the hub. Warwick talks about it all the time. They want us to be the lead for them, for other schools to come in and see us because we're having kids in our library, collaborating together, using the resources. The benefit of Ms. Tigner, which she'll talk a little bit more, is that she's an English background, so getting some tutoring in there. We also have one of our English teachers who sets up tutoring time in the library. We also, Dr. Hill was tutoring our students. So these students are now, these things that weren't available to all of our students are now right at their fingertips. And they are getting high school and college credit at the same time and at a discounted rate or somewhat coming up probably free to cost. So just the opportunities for them have really come right to their fingertips. Our kids are doing well with the online. If you want to hit the next button, I'll just keep rolling. Just a couple statistics. We wanted to make sure what we were doing was actually working. Just this year alone, we increased our dual enrollment by 58%. So that's huge, and they are being successful. So it's like, okay, well, we increased it, but we were anxious to increase it because will they be successful? The student success rate has been just as impressive as it is of getting them involved. They're being successful in these courses. I feel like our students do know how to do online coursework because they were forced to do it for a couple years. So they're very comfortable getting on the iPad, communicating with their teachers, and it's just amazing to watch. And lastly, statistics show that early initiatives increase college success. So the sooner we can get a student into a class, the more likely they are to continue their education throughout college, get those experiences, and hopefully set them up to be successful.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about how the library fits into all of this, and they give me a whole lot more credit than I think I really should take, because I am really just taking advantage of what libraries do well, and making sure that our dual enrollment students know what those services are and making sure that they're using those services. So because students have flexible schedules, they don't have, there's an opportunity to have a second period dual enrollment course. Whereas before, we were really locked into, okay, what time does Warwick have the course, and what time can the student get there? And so because the courses are online, kids can have them in the middle of the day, and they can take the course just by coming down to the library. There's nothing extra that they have to do. They stay there, they do their stuff. And so really what I give them is that time and space. I'm there if they want me, but also they get the time that is built into their schedule, and they have the space. And so the space might be the the enclosed classroom that has a Mac lab in it, and they may use that. They may also use a table that's at the back in a corner so that they can be quiet and nobody can bother them while they're doing their stuff. It might be a table that's right there in the middle with a bunch of other kids that are also taking the same course that they are. And so they really get what they need as they need it. I am a former English teacher. I make sure that all the dual enrollment students know that I'm a former English teacher. And so they come to me and they say, before I submit this paper, can you please read it over? And I think that those are really important skills for our students to learn, because sometimes when kids go to college, they don't realize that the library is this amazing source where they can get things read and they can find their resources, they can find their articles. And so I think that those kids are learning this really important skill right here at Stephen Decatur High School. We also have Dr. Hill, which is amazing because I have tried really hard with a lot of the math stuff, but I am gonna tell you, when they start talking about different tables in their statistics class, I can't go that far. And so I'm really good at navigating the platform, but then when it comes to the content, all they do is they message Dr. Hill, they set up an appointment with her, and she helps them through whatever they need. And again, the technology support. I will say that's probably the biggest hurdle that we've had. Our students, most of what they can do on most of what they need to do, they can do on the iPad. But from time to time, the professors at Warwick just aren't aware of the limitations of an iPad. And so, or the limitations of working with a firewall. And so from time to time, there will be something that they can't access. And so the students come to me, I work with them, I work with our technology department. Sometimes I even call Dr. Webster at Warwick and say, hey, this is a problem and we have to fix it. And so I'm really able to be an advocate for students because I see them every day and I see their successes and I see the things that they're struggling with. And that's how we make it work. That's how we make dual enrollment so successful. But these are also things that I would offer to every kid in the building, every day, for every class. And so that's why, sure, it's great and it's really special, but I feel like I'm just doing the thing that the library is supposed to do. So, and that's it.
I think we want to give the board members opportunity to ask questions, but I also wanted to say thank you. No, it's okay. Maybe they won't ask you anything. Maybe they'll just say thank you. But I just want to commend their school counselors and for their work, and Mr. Seitz for his leadership of this program. Dual enrollment is a big part of the blueprint, and dual enrollment classes this year and for now on, as long as the legislation stays, is free for all students. So our students didn't pay for those courses this year. And so it's a great opportunity for our students to gain number one, like really a lot of confidence that they can be successful. So dual enrollment is near and dear to my heart. I believe in our dual enrollment programs. We've really worked hard to build them out. Even Dr. Gallagher and myself and Mr. Record, going back years ago, have been working with Warwick for a long time. So we're glad to have Warwick as a partner. And Ms. Tigner, you know what I think of you and your skills. So I would have tried to hire you too. It wouldn't have mattered where I was working. I'd have tried to hire you. So thank you for your presentation. I'll turn it over to the board in case they have any questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Seitz.
I just have one extra piece to add. I'm listening to their presentation. I watched it the other day, but I also wanted to add, I talk to the kids quite often. I'll go into the media center and say, what do you like about this? What's working for you? And what I found, and Ms. Tigner really mentioned it, was the kids are so locked into 4 periods. They don't have a lot of flexibility in their day. And the online classes, a lot of time, will give them extra time. I mean, when they're online, they don't technically have to be doing work that period. They could fill out college applications. They can work on a different course that's actually giving them some trouble. They can get some extra help. So that, to me, has really rung a bell. And on top of that, and they do use it. I'll go in there and see them collaborating or just working on something independently. But also, one of our leads grant on reimagining time is something we're working very hard on right now. And in fact, I have a Zoom at 3:30 today to really put it together. We're trying to find ways for all of our kids at Stephen Decatur High School to have some flexibility in their day, similar to Pocomoke has with their Power Hour. Snow Hill High School, I know you have a flexibility in your day with every other week, I believe it is, on Friday, Dr. Purvis. So this has led me to believe, or led me in a way of helping all our kids, not just our dual enrollment kids, to get extra time in their day to get things done. So anyway, I wanted to throw that in. And again, thank you ladies for doing a great job.
Thank you. I know we have some questions up here. Katie, go ahead.
This sounds like a really neat program. I know that you said that enrollment has gone up 58%. What are the enrollment numbers for this year? And is there any criteria to be able to get into this type of program?
Can you grab a mic and just talk into it? Just snatch it. There you go.
Hello. Okay. I'm sorry. We weren't sure about timing, so we kind of cut it down a little bit. But there are some requirements to be eligible. They may be adjusted here soon with the blueprint. But currently, a student with that, and these requirements are made between Warwick and us in the MOU. And that's like a 2.75. They've had depending on what course they're going into, they've maybe had some prerequisites, like if they're going into a high-level math, they would have to have certain math courses. But it is pretty open to many of our students. I think currently, in the fall, I know for sure we had 119 students enrolled in dual enrollment courses. And they were, most, I would say at least, we had a success rate of close to 85, 90% success rate, yeah. Who specifically use the hub. And that 119, that includes SU as well. We do have students, and that is a program we're building as well. We really focused on the hub, and that's with Warwick. We worked really close with Mr. Webster to build that kind of campus in-house. Okay. But we are extending that to SU as well and hoping to bring that in-house as well.
And I know this is happening at Stephen Decatur High School. Is this happening at any of the other high schools?
Yes. Dr. Purvis?
No. Yeah. No. Yeah, everyone,
oh, okay.
I think, yeah. Yeah, all of our high schools are offering dual enrollment.
Okay.
And so what they've done is all of these students are taking an online class. So all of our students, all of our school district can take online classes. And I would say at Snow Hill and Pocomoke High School, and Dr. Purvis, if I speak out of turn, tell me, they have many students enrolled in online classes. And Dr. Purvis would have those students go somewhere if they needed to come to school to access their course. Certainly if 40 students are using it at Decatur over the course of a whole semester, then that looks probably like 10 students at Snow Hill High School or Pocomoke High School. So Dr. Purvis, as well as I'm sure Mrs. Rain, are providing spaces within their buildings, and it just isn't a hub. It may be someday, there may be in the library a hub, but when she talked about those spaces, they all have media specialists who can provide, like Ms. Tigner said, basic is what I would do all day, any day, anyway, with or without a dual enrollment, students having a space to go to. So I don't know, Dr. Purvis, if your students go to a certain space, but.
So the opportunities are always available for our students. We have quite a few students involved in dual enrollment, but I do appreciate and applaud the hub and the efforts that Decatur has made in making that space available, which is something I think we all should try to replicate in all of our schools. But certainly all of our schools are offering dual enrollment classes, and kids are getting that support.
And I can say too, as the former librarian at Snow Hill High School, there definitely were students who were using the library in similar fashions. I think the difference is that we have really tried to be intentional about formalizing it, and we've seen big payoffs from that intentional formalizing, saying, kids, if you're in dual enrollment, come to the library, we offer this stuff.
Okay.
I just had one more question
Yeah, sure.
too.
Ms. Adams?
I know you said that it's free to students, but it's still wrapped into our budget. We had allocated $100,000 for this year's budget for dual enrollment. So I'm just wondering what that money is used on. Is it used for registering kids for classes, or is it just the extra coordinator pay, or do we know what that $100,000 is earmarked for.
I don't know what can you speak to what you mean about an extra coordinator pay?
I don't.
She wants to know what the
100,000
100,000 that's
right.
budget for.
I know, but she asked a specific question.
No,
about
I'm
coordinator
just throwing.
pay.
I wasn't sure because I know that
no.
the two of them are.
They're school counselors,
Right.
and this is part of their
Okay.
job. So
Okay.
there's no court. Unfortunately, if you would like some, make a request to Dr. App. But no, that's part of their job.
So, I wasn't
So,
sure.
no,
I
the-
wasn't sure
yeah.
if there was someone specifically earmarked to lead this program up, or if it's just okay.
Yeah. So is directly okay. It is. The money directly goes to paying the students' fees and tuition for those courses. And so I know Miss.
It's okay. We'll get you another one. We'll get you another one.
Okay, here we go.
Dr. Wallace? You-
Back.
Okay.
Guess who's back? So those monies directly go to that, and then Mr. Tolbert, I know, asked for an additional amount in next year's budget because by law, students cannot be charged. So we are getting some additional funds from the state, but that does not cover the cost. Prior to this, we were also allowing our free and reduced meal students to take dual enrollment prior to the blueprint at a very, very, very reduced cost. And in some of our schools, I'm sure Mr. Seitz and Dr. Purvis and Ms. Rain were paying those fees from their just money that they probably made out of the concession stand to pay for our farm students so that they didn't have to cover any of that nominal fee. And so, you know, it's going to be a challenge because by law we can't charge them. The college cannot charge them. It's not us. They're the charging agency, so it's tricky.
And is it Warwick that they're doing their
We do
online
Warwick, UMES, and Salisbury University. They are working right now with Warwick, but they're adding Salisbury.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have to have a dual enrollment. As far as like policy, we have to have a dual enrollment agreement in order for us to be engaging and things like that. Like it's kind of our rules of engagement, and as well as the courses being approved.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other board members have any other questions? I just want to say to all of you, thank you for putting this together. I have a daughter who's a freshman at Stephen Decatur High School. We've had many conversations about dual enrollment already, and we're planning to be very active in it when she becomes a junior there. So it's really important for students. It gives them a lot of flexibility going into college, and it's an exciting part. We never had that opportunity when we were in school, so I think it's great for them to have this opportunity. So and Dr. Andes has a question as well.
No, I don't have a question. I just wanted to clarify for Mr. Ferrante. The more dual enrollment classes your son or daughter takes, the less college tuition you have to pay. Yes, our son was one of the very first students to do SU dual enrollment. However, at that time, his dad and mom had to pay for it. So please keep in mind, parents out there, if you want to lower your college tuition, get your son or daughter in dual enrollment to lower your college tuition. You heard it here first.
And Dr. Andes, that's a great point, and I don't want to belabor it, but I will say it's not a one-size-fits-all. For example, a lot of people probably know our PE teacher, Misty Bunning, fantastic teacher. Her daughter, Maggie, took 33 hours in her junior and senior year, graduated from the University of Tampa in 3 years. That was able to be done because of the dual enrollment opportunities at Stephen Decatur. Other kids, my son, he's dabbling. Instead of taking 5 courses next year in his freshman year, he might only need 4 because he's got a couple extras. So
It gives
again,
flexibility.
It's flexible.
Yes. Thank you so much. We appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you.
Okay. And next up is the blueprint update. And Ms. Shorts, you have a blueprint update for us.
We're trying to find a microphone. We think this one is working. So just a very brief blueprint update. As I shared with the board last month, we did turn our plan in on March 15th. And we did receive very, very tiny feedback, which was great. Nothing with our narrative, which we said there were 164 questions that we responded to. Within those questions, there were lots of data charts and information that we had to fill in. We had one data chart. If you're following it online or what we have posted on our website, it was question 53. that they needed more information on. It's on page 58, so we did update that and added that information. And also on some of our charts, they didn't like that we put dashes. They wanted either an asterisk or an NA if we had nothing to represent. So we had to go back and update that. But overall, out of 164 questions and lots of data charts, 194 pages, not a lot of feedback on the implementation plan. So by June or July, we should know whether or not we have updates to the narratives or any other parts. So just a very brief update, and we promise to keep you updated on other parts of the blueprint as we move down this track. So thank you very much. And unless you have questions for me,
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Shorts?
this concludes curriculum and instruction. And back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Ms. Shorts. Appreciate that. Now on to administrative operations, where I'm going to turn it over to Dr. App. This is a motion that's required by the board. Dr. App?
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I have for you your April personnel exhibit. Retirements this month: Vanessa Jones, Educational Assistant, Pocomoke Elementary School. Resignations: Nellum Strom, Educational Assistant, Worcester Technical High School. Promotions: Laverne Cray, Assistant Principal, Shall Elementary School. Lavanya DeShiel, Assistant Principal, Snow Hill Middle School. Lindsay Ford, Reading Instructional Coach, Pocomoke Elementary School. Leland Green, Principal, Snow Hill High School. Diana Jolly, Secretary, 6 through 12 or 12-month, Bookkeeper, Berlin Intermediate School. Erica Matlock, Principal, Snow Hill Elementary School. Madison Smith, Teacher, Snow Hill Elementary School. Ramona Smith, Middle High School Literacy Instructional and Implementation Coach, Central Office. Kevin Sutton, Head Custodian, Berlin Intermediate School. New hires: John Adams, Custodian 2, Stephen Decatur High School. Michael Avriel, Art Teacher, Stephen Decatur Middle School. Joseph Blaskow, Teacher, Stephen Decatur Middle School. Tyrone Downing, Head Custodian, Pocomoke High School. Jeffrey Evans, School Psychologist, Berlin Intermediate School. Conrad Fain, Teacher, Pocomoke High School. Justine Graham, Teacher, Pocomoke High School. Kelsey Hall, Teacher, Snow Hill Elementary School. Jacob Leitner, Teacher, Stephen Decatur High School. Alexis Shaw, Educational Assistant, Pocomoke Middle School. Brooke Wall, Speech Language Pathologist, Central Office. Gretchen Wallace, Teacher, Pocomoke High School. Leave of absences: Olivia Poozer, Educational Assistant, Cedar Chapel Special School. Other announcements that do not need action at this time for information purposes: Jennifer Howard, Assistant Principal, transferred to Snow Hill Elementary School. Deshaun Purnell, Assistant Principal, transferred Stephen Decatur High School. Matthew Reckert, transfer to Principal, Snow Hill Middle School. The superintendent recommends approval of the personnel exhibit as presented.
Okay, so I need a motion to approve the personnel exhibit as presented and a second. I have a motion by Mr. Smack and a second by Mrs. McComas. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Mr. Ferrante, thank you for that. One of the most important jobs that I do in this system, many important jobs, is to name administrator. I don't really get involved in the day-to-day hiring of teachers and support staff. That's done at a different level, but the appointment of principals and vice principals and coordinators falls strictly on my desk. And so I would like the board, I have several of them that I recommended today that Dr. App announced. I asked them to come today because I want the audience, I want the board to be able to put a face with a name. So they're here. I'm going to ask them to stand up and reiterate where they were going in no particular order. So I want to make sure I got everybody right. So Laverne Cray is at Snow Hill Elementary right now. She is going to become the assistant principal, and remain standing, please, assistant principal at Shall Elementary School.
Lavanya DeShields is the CRT at Pocomoke Elementary School, and she is going to be the new assistant principal at Snow Hill Middle School. I have 2 retiring principals this year, two principals that announced in early February, so I have to replace that. The first one is Mr. Leland Green will be the new principal at Snow Hill High School. And although Mr. Record, I'm going to get to him in just a minute, he's going to take over another school. He's been a principal. But the new principal at Snow Hill Elementary School will be Mrs. Erica Matlock. The folks that are already employed and were lateral moves for me, Mr. Deshaun Purnell will move from Buckingham to Steve Decatur High School. And Miss Jennifer Howard will move from Snow Hill Middle to Snow Hill Elementary School. And last but not least, and I got to say, I appreciate this guy, and we'll leave it there, what he does for us. But Mr. Matthew Record will be going from the elementary school right across the street. I told him he can park in his same spot and just walk across the yard. But he will be the principal at Snow Hill Middle School as Dr. Cooper's retiring. So this does not conclude my appointments. I still have a couple administrative appointments that, if all goes well and working with my team and so forth and so on, I will have a couple more announcements at the May board meeting to hopefully complete the administrative assignments for the next school year, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you all, and I wish you nothing but, and let me say before they sit down, every single one of these people are outstanding. They're outstanding in their craft. And I am extremely proud to serve as their superintendent and to appoint them today or ask the board's approval on this group of people to lead those schools that they're going in. So congratulations and thank all of you.
Okay. Moving on to ratification of our negotiated agreements. I'm going to turn that over to Dr. App.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. During our April board meeting, it's custom that by this time we usually have our ratifications done by our 2 associations, our support and our teachers. We have both presidents from those associations here with us, Beth Shockley Lynch and Ivory Smith. And I'm going to ask that you, Mr. Ferrante, Superintendent Taylor, and the 2 presidents come to the table so we can sign the agreements, please.
Board members, I know that you voted for it, but I do need a motion to approve the agreement and a second.
So moved, Bill Buchanan.
A motion by Mr. Buchanan, a second by Mr. Smack. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Now we're on to the monthly financial report.
I think
I'm
we have
sorry,
safety
excuse me,
update.
school safety report. My
Yes,
fault.
thank you.
Sorry to
That's okay. Just two specific safety updates, and then I'll address the safety questions that Ms. Addis brought forward at the last meeting. We have Dorchester County sent us 3 dates to go and visit their weapons detection system, our weapons detection subcommittee of our safety group. So we will be sending those dates out to our team to pick a date for the visit that works best for everyone on the team. And we've also decided that our safety meetings will be quarterly. So we will have another big group safety meeting in the month of May. So that will be our next big group safety meeting, and they will be quarterly. There were some questions asked, so that kind of concludes the new items from the safety update. There was some questions asked by Ms. Addis around Shall Elementary School and entry into the school, and whether or not there was background checks. So we absolutely do background checks on all of our readers. I think the question was specifically around Dr. Seuss Week and a dress code. I'm not sure what the question was getting at, but I will say that we, during Dr. Seuss Week, part of reading to elementary school students is absolutely many times dressing appropriate to the context of the book. We have folks who are elected officials who come and are dressed as cats. We have people, I usually am dressed as a one fish, two fish. So it's very common to have a theme while you are reading in our elementary schools, but we absolutely make sure all safety protocols are being followed. The second thing that was asked was regarding a Pocomoke High School field trip that occurred. And so all of the students were transported by a school bus unless their parent wanted to drop them off. They certainly had followed the Worcester County policy around field trips. And so they were having a field trip to Pocomoke High School. Permission slips were signed. Students from the other 2 high schools in our county attended. Again, the question is asked about background checks. I'm not sure if that means like an actual background check or the way that we check in with our safety system, because a background check is something that HR does and it's a little bit different. But we absolutely have everyone check in and get their visitor pass, and we scan their license through our system. I think Ms. Beth Shockley Lynch helps with that at Snow Hill Elementary School often. So we check everyone in, right? Yes, we do. So I think I already did that question. So families would sign a permission slip, so they would be notified of what's going on. And then there was another question that talked about swag being approved to be given out, and 2 policies were cited which do not apply to a field trip. And I would say often we take students on field trips to the National Aquarium, where they get pamphlets, brochures, information from the National Aquarium. And so certainly those 2 policies I believe that were referenced would not apply to this situation because students were on a field trip. Then there was a question about Snow Hill High School, and I believe some minority, maybe sororities, that were in attendance there and did a performance. And there was a question asked about some language during a dance. There was a piece of music that was chosen by the performers. Something negative language came out of the loudspeakers, and it was immediately turned off and stopped. So I believe that addresses that. I think the question about the threshold for administration to contact board members to be aware of incidents, we talked with part of our safety committee. Communication was something that was brought up as an opportunity for us to be better. And so Ms. Carrie Steers actually heads up that, and they have met once and had a great meeting. And I believe that we're working on a 12-minute, is that correct, response time? I thought we were picking our goal, yes. Yes, our goal is a 12-minute incident response. And so certainly we respond to our parents first, and we notify board members as quickly as we possibly can when we're in the middle of a situation. Then there was a question about furries, which I think we could all look up a furry if we want to know what that means. But I believe in my looking it up, it means like a character that's like an animal. a cartoon character. I couldn't answer the question of why is this something that kids would take a stand for, because that would be a question we would have to ask students. But I would say it was a 7th and 8th grade curriculum, an activity that was related to the service learning curriculum in 7th and 8th grade, as well as the Revolutionary War Unit, which has an activity around what do you stand up for, because we are talking about the American Revolution and how and why we are a country like we are today. So certainly an activity about what students stand for is an activity that we would ask them to complete. And students, I think your question, Ms. Addis, specifically asked about racism, abortion rights, and bullying. They are certainly not topics that we're teaching in our schools. I mean, we do teach about, we do have anti-bullying curriculum, but I would say based on our MYRBS survey, our 7th and 8th graders are very aware of those specific things that were asked about, racism, abortion rights, and bullying, because current events are something that we study, and certainly abortion has been front and center in our nation for a while. Like, I'm sure they got notifications on their phone about it. So those are not necessarily things that are part of our curriculum, but they may be very well things that our students would stand for and say, this is what I would stand up for if I had the opportunity. So I think I addressed all of those questions, and I think there was a specific part about, are these topics controlling the culture of our schools? And I would say, no, I don't think so. So I think that would be my best answer. You're absolutely welcome.
Okay. Does anyone have any other questions for Dr. Wallace? Okay. Moving forward, we're now into our physical operations, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tolbert.
Yes, first up we have Mr. Joe Price with Stephen Decatur Middle School Instruction Requisition number 17. Mr. Price.
I turned that microphone off, so please turn it on so the live stream can pick it up. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The new PA system at Decatur Middle is operational. The staff is being trained this week on how to use it. Requisition 17 includes progress payments to 4 of our contractors, and the superintendent recommends approval of Requisition 17.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Mr. Price? Can I have a motion and a second to approve the Stephen Decatur Middle School Addition Construction Requisition number 17 as presented? Okay. Motion by Dr. Andes. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Gordy. Any discussion? Go ahead.
They are the 4 contractors who are being paid out this requisition.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay, so I have a motion by Dr. Andes and a second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much, Mr. Price. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Okay, Mr. Tolbert.
Yes, my second item today, Mr. Ferrante, is a monthly financial report for the month of March with non-salary expenditures totaling $5,178,879.44. The superintendent recommends approval of the financial report for the month of March as presented.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the monthly financial report for March 31st, 2023 as presented? A motion by Ms. McComas. Do I have a second? A second by Mr. Smack. Any questions for Mr. Tolbert? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
You're welcome, Mr. Ferrante. Thank you.
Okay, so we have, now it's time for our board to have public comment, and I'll defer to our board, whoever wants to start first. Ms. Addis.
I just want to thank the board, my fellow board members, for writing that second letter of opposition. We all came together with our notes to President Todd Ferrante, and we were all able to work collaboratively to write a second letter of opposition to the state. And thankfully it did not pass this year. We will keep an eye out for next year. Just once again, thank you for coming together and writing that letter.
Thank you. Dr. Andes? I'm sorry, Mr. Gordy.
Favored, I believe, the daytime meeting because of student recognition, and we like to do what's best for students.
Thank you. Dr. Andes?
Just a couple of things, Mr. Ferrante. First of all, if you've never seen the video series Race, the Power of an Illusion, which was created in 2003, I think it's a very powerful three-part series called Race, the Power of an Illusion. And I think it would be very helpful for members of our community to watch it. It's available online. I have no idea how to access it, but it's available online. But I'm sure there are very smart people out there. I use the Race, Power of Illusion in a course that I teach at Salisbury University, a graduate course on diversity in our democracy. So it's very powerful. If you haven't watched it, I would encourage you to watch it, called Race, Power of an Illusion. The second thing is I was watching today and I was so excited for all the athletes to come, but I was particularly excited for all the female athletes. When we think about it, my mother was born in 1916 and she played high school basketball. But at that time, high school girls basketball, the court was divided into sections because there was a feeling that women could not run up and down the court. So you were assigned a section of the court, and then you couldn't go past that section. You had to pass the ball to some other member of your team to move it up to the next section of the court, that eventually, hopefully, somebody at the final section of the court would shoot, and you'd end up with a basket. And I bring that up today because I was so excited to see all the women participating in athletics and sports, and especially the Stephen Decatur High School women's wrestling team, which was very exciting. But I also praise all the women who are athletes who started to crack that ceiling. So as an example, yesterday was the Boston Marathon. And women were not allowed to run in the Boston Marathon because the feeling was a woman could not run 26.2 miles, whatever it happens to be. But Bobby Gibb in 1966 was the first woman to run it, but she snuck in. She didn't get a bib, she didn't get anything, she just kind of jumped in and started running. And no one really knew that she was there. But the first person to actually run the race, the Boston Marathon, was Catherine Switzer, who in 1967 actually signed up for the Boston Marathon. And fortunately, they did not have a check mark for gender because they assumed it would be nothing but men running the race. So 1967, she runs the race. And she's an example of a woman who helped us break that ceiling and participation in promoting equity among sports. And incidentally, she also ran it 50 years later when she was 70 years old, and she actually broke her time. She did a better time than she had done in 1967. If you have an opportunity, you may want to Google Catherine Switzer and see some of the photos, because actually one of the stewards of the race, when he recognized the woman who was running the race in 1967, ran out on the race and tried to take her bib off of her. Now that leads me up to many generations do things really well, and many generations we leave for the next generation. And I think one of the best things I'll look at the ceiling, our generation did, I'm not aging anyone, was in 1972 when the educational amendments of 1972 were added. Now, we all know that the Elementary and Secondary Education Act was first adopted in 1965, and then every 5 to 7 years, Congress reauthorizes it. So today, it's called Every Student Succeeds Act. Before, the version was No Child Left Behind. And before that was another version. And oh, by the way, if you're here long enough, there'll be another version in 5 to 7 years. But my point in bringing this up is in 1972, the educational amendments were added. And the critical amendment that was added was Title IX. Title IX. And those 37 words changed opportunities for women entry into college, but most importantly, from my perspective after seeing today, changed the opportunity for women participating in sports. Participating in sports. So I just want to shout out to all the women who we recognize today, but I also want to thank the Congress who had the foresight in 1972. Richard Nixon signed it into law, the Educational Amendments Act, 1972, which has had an impact for the last 51 years, giving more women an opportunity to participate in athletics. And those of us who, well, I sat on the bench, those of us who participated in athletics, or those of us who coached, understand the power of what athletics can do to build self-esteem and self-discipline and commitment and teamwork and camaraderie, all those things, and we saw that today. So concluding, when you get a chance, look at the video. I'm telling you more videos. Look at the video titled 37 Words That Changed America. And that's all about Title IX and the impact it had on women participating in athletics and women in enrollment in college, universities, and so forth and so on. So I thank you for allowing me to go on for a few minutes. Thank you very much, and now I will shut up.
It's okay. Thank you for the history lesson, Dr. Andes. We appreciate it. Mr. Buchanan?
I'd like to thank Dr. Wallace for putting together that safety committee. I know it's a lot of work to do that, but the safety of the students and staff and everybody in the schools is very, very important. It just seems like every time, lately, we've been picking up a newspaper or turning the TV on, there's violence that's being done, and so I can tell you that I feel really confident in our system whenever I do go into a school, whether it's to visit my granddaughter who's in Pugmuck Elementary School or visit my daughter who's teaching at Pugmuck High School. The professionalism and the ability to keep us safe that the Sheriff's Department with their resource officers, just how they act, and I'm always watching them, and their eyes are everywhere, and so they're keeping real attentive to the safety of that. So thank you for doing that, and I know with the use of technology, there's a lot of other things that we can do and we will do to keep our students safe and staff. The second thing was the family reading day, where everybody gets, we all get invites to read to the kids, and my time is coming up next week at Pugmuck Elementary School in my granddaughter's class. But I can tell you right now, I will not be dressing up as a cartoon figure, on that. Huh? I will just be me.
We can find you a costume, Mr. Buchanan.
I will, but if you haven't had a chance to do that, to read to 7-year-olds and 6-year-olds and 5 and 4, it is an attentive audience. It really is. I mean, you figure if I was going to try to read to high school students, it would be a whole different attitude than elementary school kids. And so I encourage everybody to, if you have the time, to go into the schools and read some books. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Smack. Yeah. Absolutely. Anyone else? Ms. McComas, anything? Okay. All right, thank you very much. The next regular Worcester County Board of Education meeting will be held on Tuesday, May 16th, 2023 in the Sarah D. Thompson Board Meeting Room at Worcester County Board of Education, located at the central office at 6270 Worcester Highway, Newark, Maryland. And the open session will begin at 11 a.m. Immediately consider voting into closed session under the provisions 3-305 of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The board will reconvene in open session at 12:30, and the board meeting information is posted on the website www.worcester12.org under board meeting/board docs. Before I turn it over for informational items to Mr. Taylor, I have before we adjourn, we added a line item to our open session meeting, and that is to discuss the request from the county commissioners for our budget. Now, we do present the county commissioners with our budget, but they wanted some more detail of our budget. We had this conversation this morning with the entire board, and Mr. Bertino, the president of the county commissioners, was requesting it. So I want to put it out to my board members and hear their thoughts, and we can all have a discussion about it.
I don't see why we shouldn't be giving them what they're asking for, and furthermore, I don't see why us as board members shouldn't be getting the same detailed budget that the commissioners are asking for. Like they stated this morning in the commissioner meeting, this year is a different year, and it's an unprecedented year with the budget requests that are coming in, and I just believe that there are different years call for different actions, and this might be a year that we need to knuckle down as a board and start scrutinizing different things that may need to leave the budget in order to make ends meet for our county.
Okay. Anyone else? Ms. McComas?
Yeah. I'm thinking. Hang on.
That's fine. Take your time.
Actually, we're looking at 82% of our budget
Mhm.
that is set. There's nothing we can do with that. The other 18%, what I heard this morning was they'd like that broken down a little bit more. I don't know how that would look, Vince. I understand. I have a unique perspective in the sense that I taught during the glory years, okay? In other words, we were so flush with money. I swear we were burning it. I swear we were. And it was glorious. I mean, we did so many things and had so many funds. And this is in California. Okay, it all went away, by the way. But until then, so I understand where we're at. I understand the precipice we're on, okay? And I understand we need to start looking at specifics. And that might include things like, you know, I think at this point, what I heard this morning is they just like a breakdown of exactly where everything is.
They want a line item by line item detail.
Yeah,
and
to me, I'm thinking, okay, maybe, and here's a possibility, okay, I don't know how much time we have at this point, but to get a line by line item detail, and then we meet to go over it, have a budget workshop before we do anything else. I'm just you know, I understand where they're at. I get that part. The budget, however, is under the board control.
Yes, it is. We are also elected officials, and we were elected to decide what we should budget for the Board of Education. That is why we all ran for office here. We were elected to do that. I would lean a little bit, and I'll let you finish, Ms. McComas. I would lean on Dr. Andes. I think this is unprecedented, and the reason why is because as he was superintendent for 16 years, I'm not sure that when he was superintendent, if he ever had a request for a line item by line item budget.
During my time as superintendent of schools for 16 years, we never had a request for line item by line item budget. What we did have is we would have a request as a follow-up. In other words, the commissioners would want to have more detail about whatever it happened to be. And we would provide that additional detail on whatever the item happened to be at that particular time. So, as an example today, when the superintendent and Mr. Tolbert presented the budget, questions would arise from county commissioners, and so consequently we would write down all of those questions, and then we would respond to whatever those questions happened to be. So those questions in the past were generally about transportation, about class size. Those items were all questions were asked in the past. So consequently, that's what we would do. We would come back here, meet in case it was either Gary McCabe or Vince, and we would sit down and put together, working as an executive team, a response to each one of those inquiries, whatever those inquiries happened to be. And then we would send it back over to the county with a comment saying, if you have additional questions or need clarification, please feel free to contact us. So that's the process that was used in the past during my time as superintendent.
Anyone else? Mr. Gordy? Mm-hmm. Mr. Smack? Mm-hmm. Request 4.6. Mm-hmm. Well, I will, Miss, one second. Mr. Taylor, you want to make a comment on that?
I have no opinion, so I'm not giving an opinion here. I just want to educate the board who, you know, you're here limited time and what's going on the last 6 or 7 years. And even I worked for Dr. Andes and knew a little bit because Dr. Andes used to have the principals come when I served as principal of the high school. Last year, we were told that it was going to be tough because they're going to be $5 million short. They ended up having $11.1 million, and this is for education purpose only, $11 million excess money. That's a $17 million swing. Because I look at the numbers with Vince, and Vince, please correct me because I want to be accurate, please. They've got, I'm puzzled, and listen, I've had a great working relationship with our commissioners and intend, as long as I sit here, to continue. I'm puzzled because when teachers stop me and ask me, and I say they have no money, they have an $82 million, this is public knowledge, they have an $82 million fund balance. They have rough numbers, a $15 million budget stabilization fund. They have assigned $41 million, and I'm getting this right off their documents, so I'm not making this up or fishing. They've assigned $41 million of that $82 million to projects, and the Board of Education is in that list of getting some things, which still leaves them with $41 million left over. I have asked, and I can't get an answer, to say, Mr. or Mrs. Commissioner, please tell me what I'm to say to 1,100 employees when they see that, because it's public knowledge. I mean, all you got to do is request it. How do I answer, being a team player with the county, how do I answer my staff, meaning the school employees, that I don't have any money? They've told me we don't have any money, but yet they see those numbers. And that's what's puzzling to me. I just can't understand it. And certainly they've got to keep, by law, I believe, a $25 million fund balance. They have to, you know, for bond ratings and things of that nature. That's where I struggle with the employees that you all entrust me to manage, whether it be the negotiating team. Yes, Dr. App is the chief negotiator, but I'm the one that they come to after parameters are talked about in here. This is an unprecedented year. I don't get it. Maybe there's something I'm missing. 2 years ago, they were $19 million shortfall. 2 or 3 years ago, they had a $19 million shortfall, and when it came out, like they're saying they have 11 this year. And so this is not something new this year. They also, which is smart accounting, I got a little business sense here. It's smart accounting. Their projections on their revenues come out, and they project extremely low. They have traditionally for, I'm going to say, for 39 years. I've been in this
And they've
business.
admitted that as well.
What?
They've admitted that as well, because
Yeah.
they told me that they were very conservative.
And all I do, again, do I have a personal opinion or professional opinions? Absolutely, but that's not my place right now. My place is to give you what I deal with, so the board knows, you entrust me with the employees, the board knows what questions I have to answer and try to find answers to, and not lie to our employees when those facts are right before them. I have those sheets, and I've had a couple of teachers stop me and say, Lou, explain this to me. I don't have an answer, and I can't get an answer. So I struggle with those responses to the employees of Worcester County Public Schools, with those numbers staring me in the face. That's all I'm saying here. What makes it challenging for me. The other thing that I worry about, again, information to the board only, no opinions from the superintendent, is if they get in the business of telling this board and this superintendent, which if they have a right, we live with it, what to cut personnel-wise, we are going to be in trouble, ladies and gentlemen, and you can take it from a veteran who has sat here for a lot of years. If that commissioner board, and I got a great deal of respect for all of them, have worked with all of them for years, have a great relationship. Mr. Bertino reiterated that. I hope the board heard that 3 or 4 times today. If we begin to let them tell us that you don't need, if you've got 14 librarians, you can make it out with 12. If you've got 17 VPs, you can do, you narrow 7 or 8 of them out, or get rid of out. We are going to have more challenges than we've ever had as a Board of Education. And again, I'm giving you my professional thoughts is all I'm doing. I want that clear. So do they want to look at 1,100 employees by name, what their salaries are? We got teachers who've been here for 38, 39, 40 years, have a master plus 30 and all, making $91,000. It's public knowledge. But I got a teacher here started last year making $49,000. And so don't think, because they don't work in it, nothing against them, they're smart people, I don't think they understand that a teacher's been here that long, has a master's degree, plus 30 additional college credits beyond that. In my professional opinion, being the superintendent of schools, they deserve that. To the average eye, somebody's going to say they're way overpaid. Well, I disagree with what teachers are dealing with now. They deserve more. So I just caution the board as you deliberate on this topic to think about all the things that, and there's much more, that we go through when we're putting that budget together. If they want to see, we probably buy, I don't know, 100 cases of toilet paper a year for our schools. If they want to list, you bought 100 cases of toilet paper at this price, that's part of our supplies and maintenance and all that, and they want to get into saying, I think you can cut that to 75. I just worry, and I want them to know everything. There's nothing in this budget that I'm aware of that I won't show you right now. All you got to do is ask me. But if my worry in showing them that, if they say, okay, you showed it to us, them start making cuts is where, and taking the rug from underneath your feet as board members. If you want Vince to bring that in here to show you all what we're paying for toilet paper or fuel for vehicles, or I have absolutely no problems with that. And so I just wanted to educate you.
Mr. Taylor, go ahead, Ms. McComas.
I'm going to add to that. Having lived through a time like this, and this is my biggest fear, because Worcester County is stellar. I'm sorry. We have the most amazing educational system here, and I'll tell you, as a teacher of 30 years, that so much of it depends on our smaller class sizes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I worked for a school district when the budget hit and went down. We went from 21 in a classroom to 37. It was horrific. And I'm so afraid for our kids on that one, okay? Those are the kind of things that we need to be aware of.
Absolutely. Before there's a couple of different options that we have before we conclude or make our decision today. One is we can gather more information, and we can meet at another time in an open board meeting to have further discussion to make a decision. So we do not have to make this decision today. The other one is we could direct Mr. Tolbert, who is our Chief Financial Officer, to meet with Weston Young, and who is their finance director.
Well, he's a
county executive.
Phil Thompson is their finance
Right.
director.
Well, Phil is also the one that is probably underestimated, and I don't know Mr. Thompson personally, but he has underestimated the budget for the last 5 or 6 years grossly. When you have a negative 11 million, and then you come back, a negative 5 million, you come back with a positive 11 million. That's it's a big swing. So I mean, I could direct Vince to sit down with Weston and try to, and I think Vince, I'm not sure, have you met with Weston recently?
We have met with Weston recently, and we gave him some more detail. We gave some more detail to the county commissioners this morning on how those other expenses were allocated. As Elena McComas said, 94% of our budget is salaries, bus contractors, and utilities. We have a very small amount that's other, and those things I outlined for the commissioners this morning. It's not things that we can do away with. But anyway, that's a whole different subject. But what I wanted to remind the board, and you're well aware of this budget was a 9-month process, okay? Back in December, we heard from our parents at the December input meeting. And what they said, the things were important to them in our budget was to recruit, hire, and retain quality employees. Our budget this year includes a salary increase for those employees to do that. They wanted us to maintain textbooks and classroom supplies. We have $100,000 in our budget this year to maintain those supplies because costs are increasing because of inflation. They asked to maintain small class sizes, which we're doing. We're not eliminating any positions. We're going to maintain those small class sizes. The parents asked to maintain technology, and we're asking to maintain the Apple lease of a small increase this year for technology for the devices for our students and our teachers. So the board is doing what our parents asked at the public input meeting. The things in the budget are nothing that's new, nothing extravagant, just to maintain what we have. So that's what you heard from the parents who you represent at December public input meeting. And that's within the budget.
You all heard this morning, I followed a model that John Andes put in years ago. We got away from it. I became superintendent. I follow that model today. I take this executive team with me. We go into every school, all 14 schools, and we sit down with their leadership, principal, maybe a VP or somebody, usually the principal, and we go through individual school needs just to give them the opportunity to say what they want to hear. I had a request this year from 14 schools for 37 positions. A lot of it, I would say 32 of them, I would agree if everything would work well, I would say we need them. 5 of them is if things are really good, Mr. Taylor, I'd like to have this. I sat in front of 45 administrators at A&S and said, I want to tell you right now, my number 1 priority is to get a salary package. And I sat there in that meeting a month or 2 ago and said to them, we meet monthly with all our A&S staff, and I said, I know you're not going to like this, but there are no new positions this year. We cut them. And if you would have seen the heads drop and the disappointment throughout our county, it was hard for me to say that, because I'm there to support them and to make things and bring things to you that will help make that environment better. As you know, our negotiations, because we have a professional camaraderie with our negotiating team, and I think that lady sitting right over there makes that happen, because she has heck on her hands as well to try to get people settled down. We negotiated to rock bottom, to the point they could have said, we're not doing this. And I said to them, based on my earlier conversations with commissioners, Vince and I start in December, we even agreed to put part of our state money into the salary package, of which I got to take that state money that's used for or headed for other areas, mainly in the world that Dr. Wallace and Ms. Shorts work in, instructional programs and things like that for kids. I had to say, I'm sorry. I meet with Dr. Wallace and we meet executively every Monday morning, and I said, ladies, I'm sorry, but they didn't like it. I'll say it right in here. You're hamstringing us, Mr. Taylor. I said, it doesn't matter. I'm going to get a salary package for our teachers. As Vince said, it's a long process, and it's part of our process, and I accept that. So it's very challenging and difficult for me as your superintendent to keep the waters as calm as I can with the money that is given to us. And I have told a number of people no. We had over a $10 million request from bus contractors, teachers, and support staff. Over $10 million when we started. Now, granted, it's high. They're going to start, it's like Monaco, it's high up here, but we brought all those units less than half. If they just said to us, let's just split the water, let's just go half. You come this far and you come that. We went below half. We took away from them more than was there. So I just want the board to understand, because I believe I need to communicate on some things a little better. I want you to understand the process as you're making your decision. I will assure you, all of you, collectively as a group, whatever you tell me that you want done, it'll be done. But I want you to think through this before you make a decision, because it's a big process.
Mr. Donnie, that is a great, well, I have but it's not. I'll let Mr. Ferrante handle that. Yeah, I'm not sure that we know exactly why they want the complete detail. Not that we haven't revealed all the detail, because we have. And Vince went into it today at our presentation. He revealed even more of it than before. But you know, it's like I said, it's an unheard of request, the first time ever. And I understand there was a shortfall this year coming in, but there was also a shortfall in the previous years. Yeah, there's also a shortfall this year. So it's not really an unprecedented time, because we were facing a shortfall last year and the year before and the year before, and we came in with surpluses.
And their shortfall, and all of them have said this, and it's true, they're about $4 million short in recordation and transfer tax is where they are. But they've also got a part of the county that the assessments were up this year.
The north end.
And so there's a little bit more of a bump there. But again, that's just that's for information.
Yep, need you on the mic.
I've been with
Mr.
the school
Keller.
system in the county for 25 years, and there has never once not been a deficit between requested expenditures and anticipated revenues.
Yeah.
There's never in 25 years has that been balanced when they first start. That's
Right.
not something that's new.
Mr. Troll, you have 11 audits, is that correct, or is it 12?
I have 18 audits here.
18,
and,
okay.
10 with the county, yes.
It's quite a
28
few.
audits, yes.
Mr. Buchanan?
How many with the county? 10? 10 audits with the county. Okay. Board of Education, we're management. You know, we're oversight for that. And I look at this budget of $130 million, and though my career was in education, I don't know exactly what the system needs on every category. You know, we rely on Vince and his department to put that together in 9 months. You know, we have to trust and respect that they're going to do the best, put together a good budget that's responsible, and I think we've always done that. I can't tell you how many years, Beth knows this too, that the counties, the commissioners would say, it's a bad year, I'm not going to be able to fund it. I mean, this has been going on for decades, you know. And I understand that. It's a negotiation type thing. They're responsible, the county commissioners are responsible for their constituents. We, as elected officials, are responsible to our constituents.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we represent the board and a quality educational system for kids, you know. So yeah, we're gonna try to put together the best budget that we can. Now,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it's our job. I mean, it's our job to do that, and
So is it,
I don't think I could look at a budget. If somebody came to me and said, "Okay, you got $130 million to spend next year," I go, I wouldn't know where to begin. That's why we have everybody at the board working together to put that budget together.
when Mr. Tolbert spoke of parents coming in, we also, not only do we get requests from parents, but we get requests from teachers and everybody else. I mean, this is a collective, ask. It's not just one particular person asking. We're listening to everyone, who asks us for requests in our budget. So, I mean, is it the board's pleasure to table this until another open meeting?
Can
Go
I
ahead.
say something
Sure.
before we discuss that? Going off to what Mr. Buchanan said, I respectfully disagree with part of what you had to say as far as I wholeheartedly believe that we do need to trust Mr. Taylor as superintendent and Mr. Tolbert as doing the job that he is supposed to do, and that is being the chief financial officer. However, our job as the elected officials is to scrutinize the budget, not to trust that it's all being done correctly, but to scrutinize and overlook it. That is our role as elected officials, to scrutinize the budget that is brought to us, so that if we do pass it and it goes to the commissioners, they have full trust in us. And I'm not speaking for the commissioners, because frankly I don't know where they stand on that, but the only question that I have as far as the budget is, every year you ask for more money, which then increases the maintenance of effort every year. That becomes the baseline. Then you ask for more money, which then becomes the next year's maintenance of effort. And frankly, maybe the commissioners need to look into rebasing what the maintenance of effort is, or maybe they're just trying to do their due diligence, just like we should be trying to do our due diligence, and that is to scrutinize the budget, even if it is, you know, an encyclopedia book thick of a budget. That is our job, and that's to scrutinize the budget. And I agree with Elena that maybe we do need to hold a separate meeting and be able to do that.
Yeah, but how, Katie, how would we, for an example, look at a request that the school system needs 5 more nurses? I mean, who are we as board members that go, no, you only need 3?
Well, I don't think that's necessarily, you know, I think it's a case-by-case basis, but I feel like that's what our role is to talk about it, ask questions, find out what's going on, and be able to have a discussion and understand fully of what's going on in our budget. And I don't feel, after the work session that we had in February and last month's board meeting, I don't feel fully confident in what's going on in our budget, because I didn't even get all my questions answered. And frankly, I feel like if I got a full budget, a complete budget, that would be up to me to want to scrutinize that. But I feel like I would get a lot more of my questions answered when a more detailed budget would be presented.
Katie, you're talking about details as far as, remember again, 90% of it is personnel.
Right.
And fixed charges, basically.
Right.
So are you talking about the 7-8% that you want to look at, what we're spending on that 7 or 8%?
I feel like it would be, for me, since I'm new, I would personally like to have a complete detailed budget, because I would like to look at everything and see how everything is laid out. Now, moving forward, if I know that, you know, 90% of that budget is a fixed budget, well, then I would know moving forward that I really only need to be looking year by year at that 10%. But even still, that maybe should be a little bit more detailed than what we were given in this budget, just to be able to say, hey, you know, maybe we could cut not necessarily teacher salaries or positions, but say, well, you know, maybe we should think about moving, I don't know, I know you can't move money out of categories, but it becomes more of a discussion and an understanding of everything, and right now I don't feel like we have that.
Yeah, but I don't know if, I mean, you're talking about educational budgetary analysis. I mean, are we, or you, me, are you capable of doing that?
Not,
or
I mean, I feel like that is our role. So if we're not capable of doing it, we never should have signed up for the job.
Well, first of all, I do want to say you did know that there were 91% of the budget was salaried and fixed charges, because we went over that at the last meeting. And the other thing is, didn't Mr. Tolbert, you made a request from Mr. Tolbert, did he not send you what you requested? Because I know
He sent me the what we have received.
Right, but and that did not answer all your questions?
No.
Did you reach back out to Mr. Tolbert to ask him any of those questions again?
I wanted to ask them at the last board meeting, and then I was told it was a waste of time, and then everyone voted on that budget.
Well, I mean, you've had communication with Mr. Tolbert outside of this meeting.
Correct,
And
but I believe that needs to be in public knowledge.
Right. Well, I mean, you've had the opportunity to ask him those questions, and he certainly sent you some information. I didn't know that if you have any other questions forthcoming, you could email him again, and he would certainly provide you with them.
I know he would.
Okay.
I'm not saying that Mr. Tolbert wouldn't be doing that.
Right. So nobody else has told you that you don't have answers to those questions?
No, but once again, it needs to be public knowledge, not me necessarily sitting down with Mr. Tolbert and getting all my questions answered. That needs to be discussed so that the public understands what all these questions and answers are, so that everyone moving forward is
the public entrusted you, Mrs. Addis, to do a job, and that's what we're all doing as 7 board members here. We're asking the right questions so that we can act. That's part of our responsibility as elected officials.
And part of our responsibility as elected officials is to be getting a detailed budget to be able to get those questions.
And you've had the opportunity to answer those questions.
Frankly, the commissioners are feeling the same way as I am.
The commissioners are not entitled to a detailed budget. They are not. If we decide to give it to them, then that is this board's decision, not one person. It's this board's decision. So I come back to my board members. Do you want to?
Can I?
Sure.
Okay. What we're dealing with here is, and Katie, here's the deal. Having gone to Vince ahead of time to get a lot of your questions answered could have given you a strategy, or at least strategically looking at different areas of the budget that you might want to bring up in the meeting. By the time it was 9 o'clock, I apologize. It was really, we were really tired at that point. My thing is to learn, to know, to ask the questions, and then go to my constituents and say, okay, here it is. All right? I'm not sure we have to, make sure every single time we're doing this in the open meeting. It's just a matter of getting the information out. And it's there, okay? But it would have, for me, been easier to have asked Vince ahead of time and then know where the real concerns were. How's that? But yeah, I understand. We need transparency. I get that part. But I think we can do it in a way that isn't laborious. How's that sound?
What is the board's, does anyone have a recommendation or pleasure? Do you, as far as asking Mr. Tolbert to revisit with with Weston, the details that he's requested? Do you want to meet again to talk about it at a future meeting, future open meeting? You can.
And especially if it deals with that 8 or 9% of the budget that's not fixed rate.
Can
I don't disagree with Katie. I don't know that I'd sit down and scrutinize every line of it, but if you could have at least this opportunity to be there. I'm a team player. I'm on board here with everybody. But
Can Mr. let me, recommendation, if you don't want to do it, it's fine, obviously. How about Mr. Tolbert and I meet with Mr. Thompson and Mr. Young over at the county office and try to pinpoint exactly what they want and give it to them. I'll give it to them. My only, I'm fearful, not fearful from showing it. What if they say we want all 1,100 employees by name and their salaries? All.
It's public knowledge.
Okay. All right. I just want to know the board's pleasure on that.
It's public knowledge. It's been printed before in the paper. Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Smack. Yep. Yes. No, I met with Mr. Bertino.
He was a meeting. We got a. That's what he said, right? Yeah, he did, Donnie.
But I did answer him back.
Vince and I got an email about a week ago from Weston. That's what he's talking about, because when Weston was here to meet with Vince and I, the Thursday before we went on Easter break, I asked, he says, I have a commissioner requesting. And I asked Mr. Young, I said, can you tell me what commissioner's request? He said, sure. He said, Mr. Bertino. So we were in the process. From that, Vince and I talked to Mr. Ferrante. Mr. Ferrante, you correct me, had a meeting with Mr. Bertino to talk about exactly what they wanted, and that's where we've kind of stalled. I went.
Yeah. Right. But yeah, I did meet with him. So are we going to ask Vince to get together as a board, recommend that he sit down with Mr. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, and give him the detail?
See if we can work on a resolution.
If we can, we'll have to have a come back.
Okay.
I was just going to request that whatever is eventually sent to the county commissioners, all the board members receive it.
I think
I
that's
agree.
absolutely what we need.
Is there any way that we could do a combined work session between the board members and the commissioners like we did in February? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, this is our session. So Vince,
Then
so
a work session for us.
we're gonna have Mr. Taylor meet with Mr. Thompson and Mr. Young, and go over the details of the budget, and we're all gonna get a copy of it.
Okay.
Is- Mhm.
which I think we can do. And just to be clear with the
Yeah, on the mic.
Just to be clear with the board, some of the things that we have in our budget under like maintenance and operations, it has repairs, it has equipment, it has those line items. I don't know, we don't know in April what system's gonna break down over the next 16 or 17 months in our 14 buildings and central office. We have some aging facilities.
budgets are
We have money that's in there for repairs and supplies, and as things come up, we purchase those things if we had the money. Sam, our maintenance guy, comes to me and said, hey, this broke, can I go buy a new one? Yes, we have money to do it, but I don't know, we don't know now what's gonna break next December, what's gonna go up. We're not gonna have any heat at Snow Hill Elementary School. I don't have that budget detail right now. I'm not a mind, we don't have a crystal ball. We have money, and I can tell you what we think we might spend, but I don't know exactly what we're gonna replace. If we had a preventative maintenance program where we went in and we knew that every year we're going to replace certain equipment at certain schools, we would have something like that. But that's a very expensive process to go from a reactive maintenance program, which is what we have. When something breaks, we fix it, to preventative maintenance, which is where you're out there doing stuff on equipment all the time, you're replacing on certain cycles. Those things are not been happening. We ranked 23rd out of 24 school systems used to in the area of maintenance per pupil spending. We don't spend a lot of money in maintenance because we just do reactive maintenance. So I will put my best guess on there what I think I might spend, but I don't have the details of what school that's going to happen because I don't know. I can try to put it together, yep. Mm. Yep.
Look down on the board and tell us they had a budget of $76,000 for mosquito spray.
Mhm.
And then our budget. There is it? Now come on.
No comparison.
They have an 80-page booklet here from us. 80
Yeah.
pages.
All the
But-
hard work we did as board members
S-
and
s-
compared to the mosquito spray, you got more information than the $76,000 budget. What you say?
So, that's all right, Mr. Mack. Keep going. You done? You good? Yeah, you're good. I'm patient. So we're gonna have Vince, Mr. Taylor sit down with Mr. Thompson and Mr. Young. They're going to.
I heard very clearly, whatever we give them, you will receive.
Mhm. Would we like? Do you want Heather to join you in that? And Roscoe or?
We'll talk. I'll talk with Heather.
Okay.
Possibility.
Is
I
the-
think we'll be okay, Vince. I think you and I will be okay with Mr. Young and Mr. Thompson.
Does everyone feel comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I've already announced, thank you very much for the discussion board, and we appreciate it. We're going to move forward. I'm going to have Mr. Taylor read the informational items.
Just a few informational items as we close today. Please make sure you got your May senior events and graduations. You know, the 3 graduations are very special events for us here in Worcester County. Love to have as many of you as you can attend those. I hate to say this, but Ms. Steers has asked me to say this one. As we have not, I'm going to say it, has she printed it for me? As we have not used our 3 inclement weather days, I hate to say it because next week something will blow through here, that were incorporated into our calendar this year. I am happy to, she uses the word confirm. I'm happy to tell you our last day of school right now is Tuesday, June the 13th. So I wanted to share that. Upcoming dates real quick. April 26th is the Fine Arts Festival at Stephen Decatur High School at 5 p.m. That's always an exciting night to attend that. May the 2nd is the county budget hearing over in the county office. That's at 7 p.m. May the 15th is the retirement recognition ceremony for our retirees. It'll be at 4 p.m. at the Worcester Technical High School. And all of those of you know that we have an Eastern Shore Leadership Conference Day at Chesapeake College. Put this date down if you're interested in going, of June the 22nd. And it will be at Chesapeake College beginning at 8:30. And I had an Eastern Shore Superintendent's meeting last week, and we're aiming to conclude that by 2 p.m.
Okay.
That concludes my dates.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. And I'm not going to, because we're planning to go into closed session, I'm going to take a small recess of 10 minutes because we're going to stay in open and we're going to go back into close because we did not complete our closed session this morning. So we will be taking a 10-minute recess, and then we will reopen. Well, actually, we're already open, and then we're going to go back into closed session. Okay? Thank you. You can call for a pizza. Call for a pizza if you through our recess, and we're still in open session. And I need a motion from one of my board members to go into closed session for the following reasons. Actually, for closed session for, I thought I knew it by heart, but I don't. So let me go back to it. So I have to recite it. We're going into closed session for pursuant to general provisions, Article 3-305, the Annotated Code of Maryland, to discuss personnel matters. And that's the only reason we're going back into closed session today, to discuss personnel matters. So I need a motion from one of the board, and I need a second. Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
Second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor? Aye. Okay. We are now in closed session.